Oh my goodness. I am late. Very late. Super late. Hey. No, God, Mama. I didn't go to sleep. I should have. I should have took my nothing ass to bed, but I didn't. And we about to get a little funky tonight, y'all. And uh I hope I didn't leave anybody, leaving anybody feeling some type of way. So, all right, we gonna get into it, y'all. I am so late. I'm a smoke. I've already been smoking, so I'm a little smoked out. I'm gonna have a drink or two with y'all. And we gonna post up, y'all. We gonna get into this Black Sector 2.0. And we sure are. Mm-hmm.
Get down in the car, one time give it all, bust it open hard, let me see you drop. Get down in the car, one time give it all, bust it open hard, let me see you drop. I fucked up this Russell, baby hustle, what the oh my.
Ladies and gentlemen, you are watching Lurker live on YouTube.
I fucked up this Russell, baby hustle, what the oh my.
Oh, wait. Oh, wait. Don't say uh-oh. Hit that down like. I do have a couple guests, y'all. Again, I am running late. Super late. I was planning going live a little bit earlier, but I ended up smoking and hanging out with my homegirl. But I do have a guest tonight. Let me send this. Hold on, y'all. Actually, let me call him. Fuck sending a whoop-de-whoop. Let me send him via text. He said, "Let me know when you start, baby. I'm live." He's on my other page. Hold on, let me send this link out. How y'all doing? Happy Wednesday. Happy is it almost, yeah, it's about to be Thursday. Happy Wednesday, y'all. And I hope y'all are ready cuz I got a few things I want to talk about, okay? Just a few things. Y'all know I love to be sometimes messy and I love to be a nothing ass bitch. Um but there's a few things I'm going to address. Okay, let me get the party started. I am from where? Y'all know where I'm from, right? I am from the Nature Boy sector. Okay? Let me send this link out. Hold on, let me turn this down. I'm from the Nature Boy sector, okay? Yes, indeed. So I'm actually going to bring somebody over that is from the Nature Boy sector. Okay? We gonna keep it a buck with the food with the a few of y'all, okay? Because I hear that there's, people are concerned, like, oh, this is Black sector, oh, this is Nature Boy sector. I hear y'all. I hear the sneak dissing. I hear the shots being thrown. I see certain people coming back. I do. I'm lurking. You know what I'm saying? I'm lurking. Sure is. Hold on, let me send this over to where I need to send it real quick. Yeah, we gonna have a guest tonight. We gonna have a couple guests tonight. We sure are. Let me send this here. And let me put the StreamYard down so I can go ahead and have people come through. How y'all doing? Happy Wednesday. I hope everybody's doing all right. My apologies, y'all. I am late. Okay. I am late. But that's not gonna stop me from that's not gonna stop me from my show. That's not gonna stop me from my show. I'm just running late. How y'all doing? What's up? I see Lay's in the building. What's up, James Layton? Hubby Daquan. Ooh wee. I see G5 in the building. What's up, God Mama? How y'all doing tonight? But let's have some conversations because I remember going live. Do y'all recall? I went live one time and I said, "Aren't we all guilty?" Do y'all remember I did a live stream and I said something like that? I said, "Aren't we all guilty? Aren't we all guilty?" Didn't I say something like that? Oh, okay. Okay. I'm just concerned. I'm just wondering. Aren't we all guilty of something? People like to put on a show. People like to put on people like to put on a facade. People like to put on a mask. People like to put on a good tone of voice. Okay. We got people out here that will manipulate, hypnotize, brainwash. Haven't we seen things like this before? Because the title of this live is Black Sector 2.0, correct? Okay. Black Sector 2.0. Mm-hmm. 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 Hold on, y'all. Let me get this link out. My bad. I'm sorry. Black Sector 2.0, right? Because the old Black Sector, right? The dark Black Sector is what they call it. Oh, they called it Black Sector because people go dark, right? The original Black Sector, yeah, they got dark. They started, harassing children, right? The old Black Sector, right? Had issues with people and their children. The old Black Sector was virtually, what do you call this when you're, online committing crimes against children? Wasn't that the old Black Sector? Or is the Black Sector 2.0 still doing things like that? I don't know. I'm just asking questions. Let me know. Mm-hmm. Let me know. Let me know. Right? The old Black Sector was dipping and diving and and then the new Black Sector came in. There was a merge. See, I'm a hypocrite, and I'm going to be honest. I'm a hypocrite. I am a fucking hypocrite because I came from the Nature Boy sector and I merged with the Black Sector. And I'm a hypocrite because I sit up here and talk shit, talking about, I don't like the merger. I don't want new sectors. I talk a bunch of shit considering I'm not even from the original Black Sector. I'm from Nature Boy, Conscious Community, Old School Sector. I wasn't around when people were in the Black Sector talking about, I'm going to drag a baby out your womb, kill the baby and kill you. I wasn't around when people were talking about, I'm going to sexually assault a 2-year-old. I wasn't around for all of those things. I wasn't around for those things. So I'm not part of that Black Sector. I'm part of Black Sector 2.0. Okay? I'm part of the Black Sector where Tommy was getting eliminated off of YouTube, where he had already linked up with Tyreek Nishad. That shit was all past in history. They drive to the graves of deceased. That was before me, Vic. That was before me. That was before me, victimone. And I still sit my goofy ass up here talking about I'm black sector. No, the fuck I'm not. No, the fuck I'm not. I'm not black sector. I'm black sector 2.0. I wasn't around when you nothing ass niggas was doing a bunch of weirdo shit. I wasn't around for that. Mm-mm. Anywho, we'll get into this. I have a guest that I want to bring up since I'm talking shit saying I'm not, I'm not black sector, right? I'm not. I'm nature boy sector. I'm conscious community sector, right? I come from a whole different area. But I do find it interesting. Where black sector people, the OGs, will talk shit about the 2.0 people. Oh, well, you weren't around. You weren't this. Well, I'm sorry. No, I wasn't around in 2006, 2008, 2012. I wasn't around when you guys were doing this weird, telephone game, doing lives for lives. I wasn't around. You're right. I see a lot of OG black sector people will talk shit about the 2.0 people, but you old people still keep up with the shit that the 2.0 people are bringing up. Y'all know about Peeper, Jazzy. Y'all know about Intrinsic. Y'all know about Nature Boy. Y'all know about all this shit, right? Old school black sector. Y'all know about that shit, right? Oh, okay. So it's cool when y'all do it, but it's a problem when the 2.0s do it. Mm-mm, mm-mm, mm-mm. I guess so, observing stuff because this is just me. This is just the live. I'm not saying there's a black sector 2.0. I'm just saying people out here talking shit, saying that, oh, you weren't around when, we was doing this and we was doing that. No. I wasn't sitting on the damn. No, I wasn't sitting around when you guys were, beefing with Cliff and doing your Monty Wood grains. I wasn't around for that. I sure wasn't. I wasn't. Mm-mm. Oh, a couple people have had a problem with that. A couple people, Miss Lady, still has said thrown shots. Let me not said anything. Let me not speak for people. There has been shots been thrown saying, oh well, you weren't around or you don't know this. Or da 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 da. You're right. I wasn't around for 12 years. You're fucking right. Yes, you're right. I wasn't around 12 years ago, and I'm still not around, keeping up with the masses of the bullshit. No. Mm-mm. Listen, I'm about to get ugly. Y'all go ahead. Hit that down like. He can. He can. Lurker's right. There's two black sectors. Is there, Victor? Are there two black sectors? The old school, the new school? Okay. And I guess the new school, we're getting chastised because we weren't around. You weren't around 8 years ago. Peeper, lurker. You weren't around 8 years ago. What? You weren't around. You weren't birthed out of the black sector. How is that bragging rights? Being birthed from the black sector and you don't have shit to show for it and you're bragging? Interesting. I find that interesting. Oh, okay. Because black sector, OG black sector, y'all are, against monetization. The only thing, we get money from, back chats, and we get money from, PayPal and Cash App, and that's how we make our money. And we don't fuck with the new people who don't know what the fuck they're talking about, but we will fuck with them to take their money, but they don't know what they're talking about. We don't know what we're talking about. We just judging every fucking body. Get the fuck out of my face. I'm over it. Old school black sector. If y'all want to be recognized for something, then do something. Then do something, my loves. If you want to be recognized for being OG black sector, well, then do something, OG black sector. Don't be upset because the new black sector people are doing something and trying to maintain some fuckery. We learned it from y'all. And y'all mad. Oh, child. Anyways. Anywho. Let me move past that, though. Let's move past that, right? Let's move past the OG black sector and how they can't stand the new people coming in and, okay. Okay. Ciao. Well, let's go to the new black sector. Let's go to the nature boy part of the black sector, right? Let's go over there. Let me talk about that real quick. And I'll come back to the black sector. Let me talk about this fucking nature boy sector real quick. Okay. There is there's court cases and trial coming up, and there's babies being born. As far as nature boy sector, let me holler at y'all. There's babies being born. There is people are wanting to make their personal business, public, right? There are people who are saying, hey, I am a part of the Nature Boy followers, but I've changed and I'm different. And listen to me, I can show the followers a different way. Isn't that what Velvet has done? Isn't that what Janae has done? Isn't that what Solar has done? Is that not what a few ex-members have done? Okay. Right? Don't they want to lead us down this weird path of they were wrong at the time, but they're not wrong now, and they want to write a book and they want to go live and they want to promote whatever bullshit they're selling, and we're supposed to go along with it and we're supposed to eat it up, right? Okay. We've seen this before with the nature boy sector. Once a baby comes into the picture, they want to go ahead and, let me get a bunch of stuff for free. Let me come sell some things to y'all. Ciao, boo. Ciao, boo. Ciao, boo. Okay. Yeah, I know Janae just had her baby. Velvet's got her baby coming. Listen, and Solar's playing this game of he's a good dad, but he just needs help. We see a lot of these type of behaviors within the YouTube industry, period. The black sector, the beef sector, the Mo3 sector. We see a lot of nature boy tendencies, a lot of nature boy followers, right? Still feed off the bullshit that he taught them. And there's a lot of people that go along with it. Like, oh, there's a baby. Feel bad for that person. Or, oh, this person is can't talk with her baby daddy because her baby daddy's a piece of shit. And what? Are you kidding me? Are you fucking kidding me? We've seen men. Now, no, men, this ain't no anti-man show, but I'm just going to keep it a buck real quick. We have seen men lay with many women and not give two fucks about the woman that they're laying with. Okay, we have seen plenty of this shit go down in the nature boy sector where the woman is so excited to go be with Solar or Bishop or Pice or Musa. Aren't they excited? Don't they brag? Don't the women brag about the man that they're about to lay with? And the fucking man that they lay with is a piece of shit? And then they go to the public and say, oh, I have a baby, or I'm homeless, or I need food, I need to sell jewelry. We have seen this shit time and time again. Don't fall for it. Don't fall for it. If you are nature boy sector, you should already fucking know. Do not fall for it. You and your baby can get up and get a job. Okay? And if you want to lay with the man that ain't shit, that is not our problem. That's not the public's problem. Janae, that's not our problem. Velvet, that's not our problem. You chose to be with Solar. You chose to be with Bishop. That's not our problem. That's not our problem. But let's talk about something. Let's talk about something though. Right? Because this is Black Sector 2.0. We all know this. Most of the people that came from the 2.0, the quote unquote first merger, oh, we all know these things. Why do we play dumb and blind to the shit that's going on in front of us? Why do we do that? Why are we so scared to speak out on some fuck shit when we see it right in our face? Nature boy sector, the people that I rock with, I ain't never seen nobody scared to speak out on a fuck ass thing. It's interesting though, right? Because we're Black Sector 2.0, we're nature boy people, and we get called out all the time. Oh, y'all don't know. Y'all don't know. That's funny. Original Black Sector? Okay, what are y'all doing? What is original Black Sector doing? What are y'all doing? Y'all getting beat up? You doing drugs? What are y'all doing? That nature boy sector and Black Sector 2.0, what are y'all doing? Okay, because if it weren't for this little conscious community merger, y'all would be doing what? Y'all would be doing what? Still sitting around talking about molesting kids? Oh, okay. Because that's what y'all do in the Black Sector, the original Black Sector. Still talking about how many bitches you fucked? Oh, okay. That's what y'all do in the original Black Sector. Still talking about how I tricked a hoe, or I tricked a bitch, or I tricked a nigga? What? I didn't see a lot of knowledge or growth, or I didn't see a lot of that coming from the Black Sector. Y'all was just on some fuck shit. I mean, that's cool. Y'all do y'all. I enjoy it sometimes. From time to time, I like going deep diving in the Black Sector. Sure do. But I do see a lot of hypocrisy. Like, oh my gosh, this person said that. Okay, but you're cool with so-and-so. Like, let's just keep it a buck, OG Black Sector. There's not a single person coming out of the OG Black Sector that is innocent or has done wonderful things. Not with their page, not with their subscribers. No, I mean, OG Black Sector, y'all don't believe in monetizing. It's all Cash Apps, it's all PayPal. Then we turn around and dox people. Then, I mean, I don't know. If I'm mistaken, please, an OG Black Sector member, correct me. Y'all don't really do too much over there. As far as I've seen, I don't know. Maybe I missed a couple lives where y'all was teaching and blessing and growing and things like that. No, y'all just on some fuck shit. And that's cool. That's fine. Be on some fuck shit. But don't be upset. Don't be upset when somebody says you're on some fuck shit. Don't be upset about that. Don't be upset when somebody says you are full of shit. Don't be upset when someone pulls your card. OG Black Sector, don't do that. And if you don't like the little merger that's happened, you should have said something 4 years ago, because I've heard a few people talk shit. Oh, back in 2020, back in 2019, blah, blah, blah. Well, okay, y'all been rocking with it this long. It's 2023, about to be 2024. And y'all been rocking with the Nature Boy sector for a long time. Yes, I do like a thumbs down. Please hit the down like. Please hit the down like. I have two people backstage. I want to bring up both of you, but let me, Kanoom, give me just a second to speak with D-Mod, okay? Hey. Hey, man.
OG Black Sector. What up, though?
OG Black Sector. What up, though?
What's good with you? How you feeling today?
I'm all right. How are you, my love?
I'm doing just fine. You sound like you're a little upset.
I am a little upset.
Oh, okay. All right. Well,
just a little.
Well, as long as you feel better later on, it's all good.
Oh, okay, man. All right.
So, what's the problem with that? Like I said, you know, we can always say that.
My problem is, Mayor, is there's hypocrisy when it says, oh, well, and it's not you. I'm not talking about you. But there are people that will come out and say, well, you're not really Black Sector. You're not from Black Sector. But yet they enjoy the promotion that comes from the Black Sector 2.0. They enjoy the money that comes from the Black Sector 2.0. They enjoy the Nature Boy drama that has come from Black Sector 2.0.
All right. Well, I look at it like this. Aren't we all part of one sector?
Not really. I hear people talking shit.
Well, I mean, hear people talking shit. I'm talking about as far as talking shit goes. A lot of us. Well, I'm gonna say just me. I'm not gonna talk for anybody else. The only person I can say is for me. I can have my channel monetized, but I choose not to. That's just my personal opinion. And the reason why I choose not to get my channel monetized, because I know there's fuck niggas out here and fuck bitches out here who will sit up here and try to knock your and try to get your shit demonetized. So all that hard work, all that effort, all that wherewithal that you put into to get your channel monetized, to get people to come to your channel, to get people to subscribe, for you to come out with good content, is all for nothing when they get it knocked down. I mean, case for example. Did you hear about ODS?
No.
Okay, ODS is a real big time content creator, and he had over 100,000 subscribers. I think he did. Well, he had his channel knocked down for no reason, demonetized. You see what I'm talking about? It's dumb shit. It's dumb shit like that when you got people who sit here and hate on you as far as you doing the things that you do. And to me, and this, like I said, this is all just my personal opinion. The Black Sector, the OG Black Sector, is always going to remain stagnant as far as doing the things that they doing. See, we're so used to doing things the old school style. As far as the Cash App, the PayPal's, we don't want to have our channels monetized because for the simple fact that as soon as you put it up, as soon as it's getting knocked down, you know what I'm saying?
Mm-hmm.
That's just the way I look at it. And then I then came, like I said, and I then came to the conclusion, and this is just for me. I then came to the conclusion it's not all worth it. So what I do is that I'm old school. I'm used to going out here making my money. I'm you know what I mean. Instead of going out here, hit my Cash App, hit my PayPal, hit this, hit that. As far as begging for, donations. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Because see,
Well,
like I
and
said,
I feel like the new people that have come in have contributed to some of the old Black sector channels.
right, right.
Okay, so I feel like there should be some respect given.
There's never going to be no respect given for the simple fact that we don't even have respect for one another.
Well,
I hate to feel
all right,
I hate to feel that way, but that's just my personal opinion. But I appreciate you having me up here. I really do.
all right.
All right, you
Peace.
take care.
All right. Peace, man. Um,
Hey,
King Canoe. King Canoe. Oh we.
hey, what's going on?
I was up here bitching and griping, and it got nothing to do with what I want to talk to you about, though.
Hmm.
How are you, sir?
Hey, fantastic, fantastic. Homie, peace to everybody in the chat and to you.
Man.
Absolutely, absolutely. I'm feeling great. It's just another day. Another day, another dollar. Just really taking it day by day, every chance I get. You know what I'm saying? Just being grateful for the life that we have. You know what I'm saying? There's a lot of things taking place in the world right now. So I've been like, I just been so tuned out that when I actually tuned in, I was like, geez, so yeah.
Yeah, I was going in real quick, and I'm gonna continue to go in, but we'll save that for here in a little bit. Thank you for coming through, Canoe. It's
Appreciate
this is your first time hitting the liquors link. Oh wait.
it. Hmm.
Well, do you want to? Are you ready to talk for a little bit?
Absolutely, yes. Yeah, let's get to it. Let's get to the subject at hand. I'll let you start, of course, but I'm definitely ready. You know what I'm saying?
All right, that's what's up. How do you feel, King Canoe, about recent events with as far as public situations and conversations? Because recently I've had Truth Teller on my channel. We've talked about Bishop. We've talked about Loyal.
Mhm.
Um, how do you feel about recent events, my love?
Oh, yeah. With those recent events, man. Listen, I always tell people when it comes to because what we're seeing, this is the thing about it. What we're seeing here is just a depiction of situations that happen around us. 8+ billion people on this planet. You know what I'm saying? And when I say that, I will put it into perspective because I think sometimes we tend to, what I'm saying, just hone in on one particular perspective due to the fact that there may be people, what I'm saying, honed in on this, one particular situation. So about Loyal, when he was passing, I found out about it through. Where did I see that? I said someone came in my inbox and told me about it. But when it happened, I was like, oh, geez, like that's a very unfortunate situation that had taken place. Now, as stated from one of the ex-Carbonation members, I didn't know him outside of Carbonation. One thing I've realized, especially meeting people outside of that, is that the it's like high school. You know what I'm saying? Sometimes the persona or the personality, or even the person that you are in high school, may not necessarily be who you are when you're at your house, when you're at home, when you're in the comfort of people that you actually get along with, or people that you resonate with more. Even though I know, what I'm saying. So I know the biggest thing that was projected was, oh, family's frequency, blah, 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 you know what I'm saying? But the reality is that a lot of people didn't feel like that was family. Whether they said it out loud or whether they didn't say it out loud. This is the reality of what's taking place. So through peer pressure, through just wanting to be a part of a group, through just being in the tropics. I don't know how many of y'all, what I'm saying, would be in the tropics. You find out you put up with a lot of stuff. You will put up with a lot of stuff just being in the tropics just because it's like the environment, especially young people that have never had life experience. What was little like, you know what I'm saying, maybe 20 plus years old. I think it was like 18 or 19 when I
So
came.
so do you feel I don't want to put words in your mouth, my love.
Yeah,
But do you feel, because I'm outside looking in, do
yeah.
you feel that there was a cry for affection
Yeah, I
as
was.
far as the people that have joined Carbonation?
I can't speak for everybody in those moments. I think that it was different for each person. People came in at different times. People had different agendas. People have different, mindsets coming in. When I first came in, it wasn't any of that. You know what I'm saying? It was I'm leaving the system, F the system. You know what I'm saying? I did research and I was studying. You know what I'm saying? Beside teachers, learning from teachers like Doctor Doctor. Who was it? Oh, no. It was I had a bunch of people like Dr. Blair, I think his name, Delbert Blair, Bobby Hemmett, of course. You had Phil Valentine, that's another one, of course. These are people that I learned from, and I'm not saying like in person, so let me put that in perspective. It was just some of the teachings that they've had access to online. A lot of people, especially the younger generation, we weren't in, these spaces and places where some of these, elder beings were teaching information. A lot of us had gotten information online because it was so accessible. You feel what I'm saying? So for me, that's where I got my information. Then when I came, to carbonation, it was more, or melanation at the time, it was more of building a tribe and you uniting and doing something outside of the system, getting a bunch of black people and moving to a specific location to where we can sustain ourselves, where we can take care of our own. You know what I'm saying? Where we can really thrive. You know what I'm saying? Much like Marcus
Was
Garvey was
he
trying.
was that something that was truly happening though?
Not at all. This is what happened. At first, it looked like that. You got the time period and the change and the switch of things that happened gradually. And you know what I'm saying, this is when I first pulled up. He wasn't even Nature Boy that was the one that was inspiring really that movie. He took it, but there was a person named Phoenix. He was the original. A lot of people don't know this. Phoenix Rising, the original person, was the one who said he had land. He wanted people to come out there. So when I joined, it wasn't like a nation was saying, I'm the Christ, I'm the Messiah, come join me. That was not the pretense when I joined them. It was Phoenix who actually made videos prior to the Nature Boy character who was saying, hey, yo, come out here. Nature Boy had a little bit of following, so he was just amplifying what this other dude was saying. Phoenix wanted people to come out there and start organization and tribe and live off the land and do some of these things. That's where that came from. Of course, Nature Boy attached himself to it and pushed that agenda as far as other things that he was pushing as well. So a lot of people,
Would
yeah,
you have went if would you have is Bishop the main was that the main attraction? If Bishop wouldn't have been there, would that have still been, would you have gone to Phoenix?
absolutely. I was in agreement with anybody that was trying to or that was looking to move. Mind you, there was other people that were talking about going to the tropics at that time. It wasn't just him, but I
So
know
it
that
wasn't just Bishop that
it wasn't.
sold you a dream. You already had this instilled in you and you were going to go by any means.
Yeah, like my look about it, because I already had studied prior to even knowing anything about a bishop or whoever, whatever his name was at that time. Prior to even knowing anything of that, I was already
Tahuti.
inspired. Right, that
Tahuti.
no, the hootie, right, whatever he wants to call himself. But before that, I was Marcus Garvey. That was a great inspiration for me. Malcolm X, that was another great inspiration for me. I really studied some of these characters of beings that were saying, hey, we got to do something different. That was my whole understanding of things. You know what I'm saying? And then it just so happened that when the Ezekiel character started speaking, he started saying things that I had researched and studied. That's why I was like in agreement, because I was like, oh, okay, so you want some knowledge? That's cool. I've studied, I've researched, I've done some, heavy knowledge. So I understand that we're resonating on that tip. It wasn't yeah. So it's a lot different than maybe some of the other characters that came at different times, like when True came
So
around. And
let
stuff
me
like that.
ask you another question. Was Bishop really a prophetic teacher at one point to y'all? Did you really feel like you learned from Bishop? Let me just ask you bluntly, because
Mm.
do you feel
Yeah,
like you learned from Bishop?
Absolutely, absolutely. I learned from everybody. Anyone that knows me, I always put myself in this in a mode of student, because for anybody that thinks they know it all, they're gonna miss the fine details. So for me, it's easy for me to just be like, oh yeah, there's, what I'm saying, things I can learn. Now, as far as some of the
So,
knowledge, well, let me just, as far as a lot of the knowledge though, as far as like some of the deep stuff, it's stuff that I already come across. Like I said, what I'm saying, Bobby Hammett
mhm.
has been talking about this stuff. Like if you go, that's what people don't understand. When he was saying certain things, is a lot of the younger generation that attached to it because they haven't heard it before. But if you notice, a lot of the older people were like, man, that's been, what I'm saying? People been saying that stuff. You know what I'm saying? So it's like when you tapping into like Phil Valentine, Dick Gregory, Bobby Hammett, like, a lot of these other elder scholars that are, way older than, him and any of the people that joined. These are people that have been saying certain things already. You know what I'm saying? So it wasn't anything new, but for them it was. So my inspiration was more or less coming from what I learned from him was more or less just coming from, there was a lot of psychological stuff that was happening, what I'm saying, in the group, what I'm saying, that he was doing at that time. Very interesting. I was gonna major in psychology. If I hadn't left and gone to Costa Rica and all that stuff, I was gonna major in psychology. That's actually something I was gonna do in college. I was gonna take liberal studies for a year, and after liberal studies, then I was gonna go into getting a degree in psychology. So yeah.
So looking back, do you feel like Bishop was necessary to your growth, to your where you collect yourself at today?
Absolutely, absolutely. I listen. I take every experience as it comes. You know what I'm saying? And I wouldn't even say him, because I know a lot of people when they look at that situation, they may just see him. I saw a mass amount of people. I wasn't just learning from him. Every single person that was a part of that organization, I either had a deep conversation with, or I was able to. I was side by side these people. If you really think about it, I mean, when I was there, he was always on opposite ends of the room. I was either on this end of the room, and Aaliyah was on that end of the room. Like it wasn't, unless he was doing the some type of live, or lecturing some of the people in the organization, whatever like that. It wasn't like me and him were sitting down and having like a one-on-one. He's not that type of person. But some of the people that joined that were there, I got to have one-on-ones with them, and I learned, what I'm saying, even from them. So as I stated, that's a lot. That's a lot of where my learning came from, and also just my appreciation for the experience, because it wasn't just him. It was the Mexicans that we came across, that we met. It was the people that came in and out of the tribe. It was everybody. What I'm saying, had something to give. What I'm saying, and that's the beauty of the situation.
What do you feel about? I'm gonna dive a little deeper real quick. What do you feel about? Because Bishop took you wanted to join under the guise of, even if Bishop wasn't there, you were still wanting to experience things outside of the legalities that America offers, North America, USA, right? You wanted to get away from corporate and get away
Right.
from mainstream living and social standards, and
Mm-hmm.
um, so even without having Bishop, but the fact that you were separated and was with Bishop under his fucking camp, we've seen some shit, Canoe. Okay,
Oh, absolutely.
we've seen some things. So what can you give me three things that you are grateful for, and three things that you're not? Can you give me
Okay.
three and three? Three good things, three bad things.
All right. And just to
And
elaborate
honestly
also.
speaking, be honest about
Absolutely,
it.
absolutely. Just also, speaking in terms of the situation. I think. Well, I'll let that unravel. I'm not gonna. So
Right.
yeah. So the three things is yeah. So being what I'm saying, being able to experience waterfalls. Going to the jungle and being in that specific environment. Very grateful for that. What I'm saying, meeting all the people that I've met. What I'm saying, they're great, grateful for that. What I'm saying, gotta. And when I say people, I'm saying people that came, and also the people that we met through our travels. That's a wonderful experience as well. And then also the third thing, being that I'm grateful for, is the information and knowledge that I picked up from just having those experiences. Whether it be a situation like this, whether it be a work environment, whether it be a sports team that you're on. When you're around a large setting of people, no matter how bad or crazy the circumstance may appear or even was, you do learn things just from being around people. Point blank. Period. So just the nature of being around people, taking away from, what I'm saying, the negative side of the situation, you can learn. So that was the grateful thing that I was grateful for, is that, just the learning experiences that you get. Some people get certain things that happen in those situations to certain members. Some people get that, in the private of their own home or in their own, county. It's never exposed online or it's never put online. So it's situations like that. So for me, those are the grateful things, three grateful things. Now, so the three that are, what I'm saying, not was unfortunate. I'm not going to say anything like, but it's the unfortunate situations, the nature of things that had happened was, first and foremost, for me, it was the fact that it didn't turn into what I originally went there for. As far as, black people really coming together, you know what I'm saying? And my mind was thinking it was going to be like, almost thousands, millions of, what I'm saying? That's how I was really thinking how it could be, but it never turned into that. But the fact that there was less unity, even amongst people that are quote unquote spiritual and wanted to go to the jungle and wanted to do this, wanted to do that, the lack of that right there, and just seeing how it was really people's behaviors from their own environments being brought over, and not the off the strength of the revolution that I was really wanting to be brought forth. That was something. The first thing that I would say was very, very disappointing. You know what I'm saying? Or just eye opening. I'll say that. And then of course, the second thing, of course, was just the nature of certain events that happened to certain individuals there. And I'm speaking on multiple things that happened, because I can't just say it was one specific thing. Everyone that was there that had gone through something that was harmful to them as physically, or whether it was something that happened to them just mentally, those things should be accounted for, as we just seen, saying with certain members that just, and I'm not saying the cause of, the death of the newest member was because, or the, ex-member was because of that. But I will say that, just the mental state that people are in when they join and then when they leave, some could be good and then some might not be. And you would never know unless people were opening up, but that just doesn't happen all the time. So that would be something that, I always, look to, is like, yeah, like, and it just puts me in a perspective of looking at the world. I look at the small microscopic or microcosm of what people are honing in on to be as, carbonation, melanation, as the world.
Is the experience, like you said, oh, I get to go be in the jungle, or I got to go, experience these geographic amazements, is that worth the physical, mental? Is that
Um,
worth? Was it worth it?
I would say this for me, I've like, and this is another thing too. A lot of people don't know me outside of this experience, so they would never know what I've gone through. I've been through a lot in my life, and I put it like this: the things that I've been through in my life, and some of the things I've been through in my life, a lot of them were more, of a traumatic, or not even traumatic, because this wasn't a trauma for me, but I would say they were more of a higher, emotional or even just impactful experience on me. So this wasn't that crazy to me because I've already had crazy things happen. Now it's not to negate the things that happened, but I think a lot of the people that went there that when they were young, a lot of them were young and they had little experience, which is why it was so traumatic for them. Like people wanted to be like, oh, and I think people also attach, other people's
Well,
traumas.
I mean, go. Let's. I'm just gonna be honest. If you are young and you travel outside the country and you're thinking you're gonna go live this holistic lifestyle, and you have some man being a loud, um, I don't want to say anything wrong, but I'll just keep it a buck. I don't want to disrespect, but I'm just going to keep it a buck. You know me. I'm a nothing ass bitch. Okay. Period. If I see
Nah, we
this
don't.
loud gorilla chest beating fucking idiot with hips larger than mine, okay, while he's taking dick in his butt and making people drink certain type of things, I'm going to be intimidated, sir.
That's wild, yo.
I'm going to be intimidated, my nigga. That's an intimidation factor. If I'm 20 years old and I'm outside the country and this big hipped gorilla nigga is in my face, sucking dick, taking dick, and telling me I'm going to be with so and so, I would be. I'm not trying to yell at you, Canoe. You know that, my love. But I
Nah,
would
nah.
be intimidated. I would
I,
be intimidated, Canoe. Oh
I say
Lord, we
this.
have a guest.
I say this.
Ciao, bye.
I
Hold on,
say
let's introduce this guest. Hi, how are
but
you?
before.
Okay,
Oh,
how are you?
Hi,
I
Beasley.
say I say this because I could actually elaborate real quick, my brother. I know you better get it. I say this. I say
Well, do you
for
agree with what
certain.
I'm saying, or was that too much? Was that too harsh, ma'am?
No, I'll say this. I'll say this. I'll say this. I'll say the things that you expressed as far as that. I personally didn't. I'm not saying it didn't happen because clearly we
It
have. You know,
did.
what I'm saying we exactly right. And some of the things that did take place might have taken place when I was there, but then it might not have because I wasn't. I didn't actually get a chance to see any of that. But when I left, a lot of that stuff did come. People saying like, "Yo, this happened, this happened, this happened." I'm like, "Whoop." I'm like, "Oh, okay." You know what I'm saying? So from a personal perspective, I couldn't say all that because for me it wasn't an intimidation factor. But I think for certain members there, oh, absolutely, especially the
Right.
ones that just never had what I'm saying, been in a type of situation to where they might have been around what I'm saying, some type of like I used to grow up wrestling and fighting and stuff. So I know there's like big I've seen big people, big German people, big what I'm saying, like big white people that are like Nordic, look like fucking what I'm saying. So
Well,
um
right, and then, well, no, just the cult factor, because Jim Jones did the same thing as well. He took them outside the country, kind of did the isolation thing, and there's an intimidation factor, right?
there's an intimidation factor when you're thinking about okay, gang tactics. If you have 12 niggas, right? And
Mhm.
all these people are underneath the submission of what another person, what I'm saying, is like, hey, do this, do that. That's where, what I'm saying, for certain people, where intimidation come in, where it's like, okay, well, if this person's saying that we all got to do this, I'm in a foreign country, I'm like, miles from the airport. I don't have a device on me that has, data to make
Mhm.
calls.
Mhm.
This is where the reality of, you take anybody out in the woods, what I'm saying, and do some stuff like that, to an extent, that could be a program going back in the back of someone's mind. You feel what I'm
Mhm.
saying?
Right.
So,
Right. And if you are if you are solo dolo, you didn't go with a friend, you didn't go, you know what I mean? Because right, if you just kind of go out there, I don't know. A bishop had maybe at one point a thought process that was going to be productive and
yeah,
prosperous, but his ailments and his way of thinking just kind of maybe got the best of him to the point where he wanted to have others submit the way he was forced to submit in his life.
that's exactly what it is. And a lot of people, I love how you said that. A lot of people don't understand that psychology. A lot of things that people try to inflict on other people, whether
Mhm.
it be successful or not, those are a lot of 9 times out of 10, those are the things that they went through. You know what I'm saying? And it's just a repeating factor where that's
Mhm.
where normal people's behavior comes from.
So let me ask you, we have two people on the panel. It's Beasley. Hi, Godmama.
Peace.
Hi, Love Bugs.
How'd you
Well,
know it
let
was?
me,
How'd you know it was me?
well, it just, I heard
What's
that
so
you
funny?
going around, I heard you going around under Paris. So
Yeah.
I've been hoping someone gets up and flashes me. I was hoping it wasn't you. I was hoping it was a porn bomber. But no,
You
Canoe,
hoping
real
what?
quick. I was hoping it
I
was
don't really
someone.
know. I don't know you well. You got a sense of humor. Tell me what you said again.
I've never been porn bombed, so I was hoping it was a porn bomber.
Oh, that's not me.
I've never been porn bomb ever. But anyhow,
Oh,
um,
not me.
Canoe, let me ask you another thing, my love, while I have you. Um,
Yes.
how
All right.
how do you feel, my
Ah.
love? How do you feel, my love, about the
Oh.
babies coming out of carbonation?
I say this. I think that everything that when it comes to that, I think that a life that is born into this reality should be something that should always be looked at as, to an extent, should be always be looked at as something that's a positive. I would never say that a life born is something that's negative. I can say that there could be challenges for the individual that they might encounter because of the nature of certain situations. But then I think about people in less fortunate situations, and that's really what I'm saying for me. Like I personal experiences, but also just looking in the world, what I'm saying, and how much things go on in the world that don't get talked about. Starving kids in Africa. People that are literally getting child trafficked. What I'm saying, in certain areas. Like there's a lot of things that are going on in the world that weren't happening in carbonation. If you want to call it that. So I always look at like, okay, yeah, it was pretty bad, messed up some stuff that happened. Certain people and things of that nature. And I definitely think that the kids it will be a memorable experience that they may not be able to get away from, in the sense of it's going to be talked about. But at the same time, I think that it's also going to, strong. They're going to be strong for it. A lot of people that, have gone through certain things end up being some of the strongest people. Or if they have been in a family that, went through some things, they end up being stronger in the end. So, I can only say that, putting positive energy out there and just seeing things from a more realistic, positive perspective. You know what I'm saying? Not just trying to, I think it's going to be a good thing. I think they're, strength. Strength.
Because once upon a time, Bishop didn't want to have kids in carbonation, right?
Yeah, at one
So,
point in time, he did say that. He said that he was teaching that kind of doctrine where he was like, "Oh yeah."
right, where yeah. Well, and he didn't want kids in the camp at one point.
Well, the thing about that is too, it's crazy because behind and this is the thing about it is the idea of things as they progressed, because we as a group, what I'm saying, because I always want to make this apparent as a group. I know that he was the internet figure for y'all and stuff like that, but like as a group, we actually have there are certain times in the beginning at least, it was more of like a group thing. We would actually sit down, everyone would be able to speak. It wasn't like kind of like dictatorship as he was trying to do, towards the middle to the end. Where there was a lot more prominent figures where we would actually have, group conversations. And we were talking about, eventually once it got big enough, people would go off and have their own sectors and we would just do our own thing. Phoenix would have this thing over there. Everyone would have, our a connection and group, like, status. But obviously you can't have a million people in one place. Imagine if the Nation of Islam were to get up right now and go buy a piece of land in Africa. It's not like everyone's going to be congregated up under each other. No, you're going to have sectors where people are going to take land and, people are going to, move around. And it's going to be, it's going to be orchestrated in such a sense. It's going to be, more things like that. So that's how, things were being talked about in the beginning. And even towards the middle to the end, things were like talked about like that. But it's slowly as he got certain things seeped into his mind where he wasn't able to, control himself, in his nature.
do you think that maybe he was wrong with the way he went about things?
Oh, absolutely. I mean, I'll say this: his nature, because he's the only one. The reality is, anyone that does anything in life is going to be the only. They're going to be the only ones that are going to account for what they're doing. So he has to see that his nature and the things that he was doing was, not the most intelligent. Some of the decisions that brother made was not the most intelligent situations. But that's what happens when you have an unhealthy ego, to where, you can, do things that may just be ego driven off of mere strength of I don't want to be told what to do and I want to tell people what to do or I want to have influence over, you know what I'm saying, my reality and how I think certain things should go. And when you have a certain being like that that's not able, you know what I'm saying, I think this is a lot of the lessons that I picked up as well is, just the good and bad, I would say, leadership skills, things that could help and progress, people as a collective, and then things that are very detrimental to people as a collective. If you're just going off the strength of your own me, I. There's a principle that says, no big I's and no little U's. You know what I'm saying? So if I get in a manager position, or if I get in a situation to where, because I've been a manager before at a job, in that type of situation, you have to account for the collective. You can't just off the strength. You know what I'm saying? So it's like when I was a manager, I couldn't just be like, "Oh, you do this, you do that," just off my own.
So his detriment could be higher. He could be held to a higher standard because he put himself at a higher standard, right? It's like a nurse or a doctor or any of those people, a professional, right? You expect standards because that's what they went to school for. That's what they swore an oath to. And then when they betray or go against, should they not be held to a higher standard, my love?
Well, absolutely.
So if a doctor was out here botching people on purpose or taking body parts out of their body, I just had deja vu. Out here just harvesting organs, right?
Yeah.
To be held to a higher standard. Well,
absolutely.
If Bishop is claiming to be of such a high standard, he should be held to that.
Yeah, absolutely. Like I said, I live off the principles of my, you know what I'm saying? And
not saying he's a surgeon or any of that. I'm just
we understand you, but what I'm saying is, the principles of I truly, you know what I'm saying, and am a knower of, the principles of my art. And when you're not in balance with my art, if you're not in balance with universal law and divine order, the thing about it is, every cause has an effect. You feel what I'm saying? And there's going to be a reaction, you know what I'm saying, that takes place from your, actions, a reaction to your reaction. So whatever you choose to do, whatever your actions are, there will be a reaction to that. Now, when it comes to, if you're claiming to, live by my art and you're claiming that, which is one of the things that he was saying that he, live by morals and principles, my art, blah, blah, blah. If you're claiming that and you're saying that, what you're doing is you're chanting that into reality. When you apply, when you're living by that information and that doctrine, or you're stating that you're living by that information and that doctrine, then you shall be judged by that, because that is what you're putting in your subconscious mind. And thus that's going to take place when judgment comes, when you're weighing of the heart. When judgment comes, you will be weighed for your actions and things that you did, things that you didn't do. You feel what I'm saying? So it really comes down to each individual is going to be held accountable, no matter how much we want to, he did this and he did that. Yes, he gonna have to. Yeah. He gonna have to, and that's where. And you have to. And the same thing goes for me.
No, because I like to be that way. I'm a crybaby. I'm like, well, it's not fair because he did this and he was wrong, and they brought kids into this world, and he needs to burn. Like, who the fuck am I to sentence anybody?
Man,
who am I?
I've been there. You know what I'm saying?
Sentence anybody.
Mm-hmm. And that's
I'm frustrated. I'm frustrated. I am definitely frustrated, and I feel like.
But don't take that away from yourself, though, because it takes righteous people to see unrighteous people, and that's what we were given judgment for, is for the righteous to judge the unrighteous. And we're not going to pussyfoot around that Eligio Bishop was an unrighteous man, and he deserves to be burned, period. The man sat up and talked about pedophilia like it was okay. No. Mm-mm.
And so, that goes back to me beefing with the original Black Sector. I got some more commentary to give, but yeah, who are we all guilty? Now, I'm not guilty to the levels of other people. I'm not, but
there you go. Mm-hmm. There we go. And that's the reality. And that's the reality that we have to step into when we're casting.
And that's a painful reality, Canoe.
You know, because I see people cast. I'm seeing people hurling stones. I'm talking about bricks and everything. You know what I'm saying? But not
It's a
looking at count.
painful reality to say we're all guilty.
Man,
It curls me.
and
It
and
does.
you, and you know what's crazy? You know what's
Because I
crazy?
think I'm better than Bishop. Oh, I'm better than you. I'm better than these other motherfuckers. I am way better than them. I would never.
Right, and
Who
that's
the
the
fuck am I?
and
Please.
that's the perspective. That's the perspective. And there it goes. Anybody has the ability to lose their mind, to lose their way. It is all possible in the reality of realities. If we're talking about, you know what I'm
Well,
saying, what
like
is.
Godmama said, though, righteousness needs to take a stand. When wrong is
Hmm.
wrong, you have to speak on it.
And
Oh,
that's the
absolutely.
thing. Everybody,
Even though we're
yes,
all
yes,
guilty, it's not like I can be quiet about it. No, bitch, I
right, right. We're
Mhm.
all guilty, but we're all guilty of different things. I'm
can't.
not guilty of being a pedophile and a cult leader. I'm not guilty of that. So I
No.
can judge the fuck out of somebody for that because I'm not guilty for that. Now, going to jail for smoking weed, no, I can't judge nobody for that because why? I'm guilty of that. That
Mm-hmm.
was an act that I committed that was quote unquote against law. But Kanoon brought up a perfect point.
Let's get into it now.
We're not basing this off of your law, my law. This is being based off of the 32 laws of Ma'at. And that man broke every last 32 law. So by that doctrine, he is unrighteous and deserves to be judged. He not teach that everybody is a god?
Mm. Yeah.
So therefore, if you taught me that I'm a god, does a god not have the right to be judge, jury, and executioner?
Right.
I'm just
I mean,
asking.
let's discuss that though. Let's be honest and open about that part, right? Where we if we're going to be all of that, if we're going to be guilty and still righteous, who does become the person that judges and condemns?
Well, let me say this. There is actions, more heinous actions that people have taken place of. Because I cannot, and I'm not gonna say, even though that the nature book character did talk about what he talked about with the pedophilia, I cannot confirm or deny because I was not in his bedroom, so I do not know. You know what I'm saying? Out the word of someone's mouth. Now I can say I don't like what the hell he said, and I don't agree with that shit. You know what I'm saying? Like at all. But at the same time, I say I can't be. That's why it comes down to this: the actions that people take that are doing more crazy and heinous things than some of the people that we're looking at right now. Those people that aren't getting judged by like people like that want to be like, this is you, you're doing that. What their judgment is going to take place from a higher source. When I say a higher source, I'm saying their higher self, or what the people nowadays, this quote unquote conscious community likes to use, higher self, right? That internal being that is your soul, that is detached from these human experiences and these spiritual experiences. When I say spirit, I'm saying you have a spirit, you have a body, and then you have your soul. Your soul is the eternal self that is not, moved by these human fleshly desires. So
Colonel,
this,
Colonel,
yeah,
I love you, and you're right,
yeah.
but I'm being nice because I have sat and listened to Bishop while he's on the phone with the little teeny bopper
Mhm.
describing child
Come on
endangerment.
now.
Oh, I agree with you. No, I'm not. That's what I'm saying.
No,
If
let
you,
me finish, my lovey.
yeah,
I have listened to Bishop ask a grown man to describe what he did to a child in detail. I recorded it, I uploaded it,
hmm
it's on my Twitter.
okay, absolutely.
So that right there has to be accountability for that in this life.
Oh,
Hmm.
I'm not saying there's not going to be. Let me clarify what I'm saying. I'm not saying that there's not going to be judgment for that in this reality, in this life. But also, what I'm adding to what I'm saying is that even if the people that were, there to judge him for his actions weren't doing that, the real judgment that's going to take place and what's really going to happen is going to be way more. You know what I'm saying? To the point of cause and effect with the action or reaction. If someone kills you, that's like a scapegoat. You know what I'm saying? Like, oh, we could give them the death penalty. Like, there's people that are murdered, they get the death penalty for that. But that's not even as penetratable as what's going to happen to certain beings when they leave this realm for certain things that they did. You feel what I'm saying? There's really going to be some real stuff that's going to take place that's beyond, oh, they're just going to reincarnate back to this reality. You know what I'm saying? There's going to be certain things that do take place for certain beings for their actions. You know what I'm saying? So I'm not saying it or any way that there isn't a cause and effect for that stuff. Like you said, if there's things that he said like that, because I didn't hear about that, so that's the first time I'm hearing that. But I'm saying if that's the case, yeah, of course. You know what I'm saying? The authorities can take that and they can run with that, or whoever, you know what I'm saying, could take that and run with that. Whatever family member is that could take that and run with that, track them down. Like, that's some
I'm
real
glad
stuff.
we came. I'm glad we came to this subject because this is why I initially hopped my ass on up here. I wanted to ask Canoe because you brought it up just a second ago about one of Nature Boy's most infamous videos that personally got me on his head was when he was talking about his son and the things that he did with the son's mother and the son and whoop-de-whoop. And I heard you mentioned it, and I heard you said that you didn't like it. Now, you were there at that point.
Yes.
Now, I'm not saying you were in the room because you stated, I wasn't in the room. But and I'm trying to wrap my mind around it. How did that make you not want to pack your shit and leave? Because now you are around someone who is promoting to the masses that this is okay.
Right.
And we all
So
know that that's not okay.
from the depiction, when it first was displayed to me, and I'll just say, how I was looking at it versus how I was there versus how I left. So when I was there, when things like that were stated, there was a lot going on. And this is the thing about it is when you're in a situation and there's a lot going on from the outside looking in, and this is what I've just learned from being from the outside looking in. When I'm looking from the outside looking in and all the stuff that happened when I left, is way more visible and way more crazy and way more like, I'll put it on a microscope than what's actually happening when you're inside of the organization. When you're inside of it, it's not like every single day people are bringing that stuff up or every single day that stuff's getting talked about. I mean, at the end of the day, a lot of people aren't even online like that. Or when we're online posting, information and stuff like that. But outside of that, no one's going on YouTube, looking up, the trolls, the people that are quote unquote trolls at that time, which are really just people that are informing other people about the messy stuff that's happening that some of the inside people aren't so focused on. So when he first stated that, that kind of stuff, I looked at it in a way where the way he was explaining it, I was looking at it from the benefit of the doubt, and I was trying to get an understanding because at that moment in time, we were promoting a more natural lifestyle, just like, trying to think about or even wrap our minds around like, certain Africans that just live more of an indigenous lifestyle in nature. They're naked, butt naked, walking around. You got kids sucking on the mommy titty milk.
Let's cross that bridge because I want to go there.
Right.
You might not have been there for maybe him talking about his son, but you were there while Bishop was pairing y'all up, talking about your child's going to be with this child. And he was, before y'all even had kids, he was saying which kid was going to be with which kid. And we were going to keep it. Let me finish my left back.
Yeah.
And we're going to keep it within this circle, and whatever babies do come from carbonation are going to stay in carbonation, and my daughter is going to marry your son. And he spoke those things while y'all all were right there. Okay. Another thing I want to bring up is he was hypersexual. That's not something he hid. Not from you, not from he didn't hide his hypersexualness. So our frustration is the hypersexualness in children. That just
okay. Let me address
you know what I'm saying? Because he didn't hide his sexual deviance. He didn't hide that.
Well, let me address this. Let me address the first thing that you said because I want to address it in clips so I don't make sure I'm not missing anything. So you say the first thing that you stated just now. Can you go back to that first thing you stated? You were saying the parents. The parents. Yeah. Okay. Okay.
pairing you guys up to have kids.
Well, this is
And
what
he
was
was
happening on his
stating
side.
that your children would be married to his children and his children would be married, that Carbonation's children would all be intertwined.
Well, a lot of things, I'll say that a lot of things that he was saying, it was a lot of that stuff. He would talk, some of the things he would say, and this is where the shock value came from, even from the people that were there. Some of the things that he would say on live, he would never discuss behind the scenes, meaning that he would say things in front of the camera on live to get the shock reaction of the actual members that were there. And also the people that were watching, where it was more of a realistic response. But then behind the scenes, he wouldn't even talk about it. There wouldn't even be no, oh yeah, and your kid gonna like that's the thing about it. It's like he'll mention something, and then people think from based off what was mentioned online, those one or two things he would mention online, people thinking that, oh, behind the scenes, we really sitting back and having these kind of conversations. Nothing was. That's the thing about it is that, like you just stated, I had to jog my memory because I'm like, wait a minute, I don't even remember, and I just remember like, okay, there's a lot of times. And this is the thing about it when it comes to the psychological aspect of things. There was a lot of times where he would say things, first time, say it in front of the people like that were there, and then also in front of lots at the same time, and then would never talk about this stuff, which led to believe the same thing he did, manipulation deck that he did with some of the members talking about, oh yeah, we gonna, you know what I'm saying, get land and we gonna, you know, farm and we gonna agriculture and we can do all that. Like as time progressed, he would talk about those things at certain times and then it would just fade away and they would never be talked about, you know what I'm saying, in the group. Now, towards the beginning, certain things were talked about as far as like, you know, the agricultural farming. But as time progressed, there was times where he would say that just for shock value to get people to come in. And then when people came in, they would never, we didn't talk about it for like 3 or 4, you know what I'm saying, months prior to, you know what I'm saying? So that's what I'm saying about that stuff. There was times that he would just say things for shock value and it wouldn't even be a discussion behind the scenes. So as far as the pairing goes with that, that's not even something that he was even, we weren't even like, oh yeah, True's going to be with that. That was never a thing. It wasn't even talked about. It was just a thing that happened on live. And then after that, and spell, everything like that. People are under the spell now. Everyone's like, oh yeah, we're going to be this, that, and the third. Nope, never happened. That's not even a thing, you know? And also, a lot of the times, I say for me personally, there were times where I wasn't even in a relationship. I wasn't even in a relationship at that point in time, to the point where it wasn't like it wasn't me specifically taking that to be like, oh, that's what's going to happen. You know what I'm saying? And mind you, when I was with the girl that I was with there, which is the only person I really was paired up with, 2 people I was paired up with, was with Aya and who's that other girl? Aya and Effie. Those are the only 2. The other girl that Sheba, she actually, she was the one when she came through. I had messaged her and I told her to come in. That was not a pairing of like me being put together with somebody. That was like the person that I brought in. That I was like, all right, we're gonna, you know what I'm saying, do that with. So, so the pairing of that, and also we were looking at it also from a perspective of, yeah, we're going to, you know what I'm saying, create, you know, a bloodline, our family, you know what I'm saying, where we're going to, you know, have children. We're going to, you know what I'm saying, we were thinking at that time, we were projecting like, oh yeah, we're going to be the last people on earth. You know what I'm saying? So us being the last people on earth, we going to, you know what I'm saying, make sure that our families are, you know, are understanding of the information. So we got to make sure that our children are, you know, coming from women that, you know, are in tune with the knowledge or in tune with certain information. You feel what I'm saying? So to a certain degree, it was like, okay, you know,
But what
And
information?
just
What's
like
the
Christian,
information?
just like Christians. I'll put it like this: just like when you have Christians that are you know, share a certain common perspective about life, and then you be like, well, I got to make sure she's Christian. I got to make sure she's Muslim. You feel what I'm saying? It was more or less like the information that we were disseminating at that time to the people. We were like, okay, well, if this person understands the information like how we speak in it and how we see the world, then those are the type of people that we want to be with. You know what I'm saying? As far as our women go, and as far as women go with men. So.
well, I'm not gonna. I see people in the chat like, oh, shock value. Listen, if you are carbonation intensive, you know that Bishop will do some goofy shit for the fucking shock value. We've seen
Hmm.
it. He likes to play Dr. Bishop. He likes to be Muslim. Bishop has done all kinds of things just to get people talking about him.
I mean,
So
everything's
don't.
for
And
shock value. That's the thing.
So
Yeah.
I
and
mean,
that's where
if
that
you're
that
not Bishop familiar, you don't understand that some of the shit he be doing is just for that.
yeah, because a lot of the stuff he did, he was a true cherry picker. A true
Mm-hmm.
cherry picker, because he pulled stuff out of York's handbook, he pulled stuff out of
There you go.
Christian handbook, he pulled stuff out of Islam, NOI, like he, whatever worked in that point in time worked for him.
Yeah, he was putting together a collage of information. Ain't no
So
different than
kind
anything.
of
Ain't no
kind
different
of
than anything else. Anyone else? One second. One second. I'll give you the mic. I'm saying no different than anything that a lot of other people do, where they pull information. It was just when he was doing it, he didn't cite his sources to be like, hey, I was inspired by this person. I was inspired, and that's where this is what everyone got it fucked up with. Because if he had been like, hey, I was inspired by this person, that person, then people would go to the source and they wouldn't be thinking that he's some type of like, you know what I'm saying, whatever you want to call Messiah or whatever like that. They wouldn't think like that. They'd be like, oh wow, he's just saying things that probably
well,
him to say.
I was gonna say you were never embarrassed while you were standing behind him, watching him lose and debate after debate after debate. You were never embarrassed by your Messiah, my love.
Well, it wasn't my Messiah, and that's another thing too. Let me say this: behind the scenes, and this is something that, oh my gosh, this is something I love to dispel because a lot of people didn't even know this. So there was a time where when I was there, and there was other people that can attest to this that were there from Melanation. He stated that he was going to claim and call himself the Messiah or even a type of figure like that in order to be a spokesman to the people. This is actually why a lot of people left in the beginning. Like there was a couple of people. I mean, I wish I could get this brother on live, but anyways, he was a brother that was there with me in the beginning of Melanation. And in the beginning of the Melanation, there was a time where he was saying that he was like, "Hey, I'm just gonna start calling myself something because I have the following, I have the people, and I just want to inspire people." You feel what I'm saying from the beginning. Also, there was another thing that he was stating where he was talking about mirror neurons. And when he was talking about mirror neurons, the one thing about the science about mirror neurons is that, everything that you see someone else do lights up certain parts of the brain and centers in the brain as if you're doing it yourself. So the science he was teaching is if I'm saying something and you're listening to me say it, it's as if you're saying it yourself. There's actual science behind that. So when he was teaching about mirror neurons, he says, if I claim myself to be the Messiah and I call myself to be the Messiah, then that means you're calling yourself to be the Messiah too. So there was a lot of information that he was just slick putting in there to try to feed the situation until people fell asleep enough to where he could implement the egoistic part of himself to be like, nah, nigga, I am the Messiah, and then try to run with that narrative. You feel what I'm saying? And there's plenty of videos where what I just displayed to y'all, just told y'all. There's plenty of videos of him actually saying that. You feel what I'm saying? But
Oh, I know.
yeah. So what happened is people started to come. After a while, when people started to come, that information got lost. I actually think he deleted some of those videos, and they got lost to where now people are really just thinking he's the Messiah versus him saying certain things that were leading up to him being able to feed that egotistic part of himself where he really wanted to be that, and he really wanted people to serve him. He really wanted people to, bow down. That's really what he wanted. You feel what I'm saying? But the reality is that any important being that was ever a figure that was deemed worthy as anything of that was not self-appointed. The people would appoint that person. You feel what I'm saying? So this was something that he did through psychological tactics to try to trick in for the new members.
Right.
Now, I knew this. This is why I didn't have a problem. I wasn't looking at him really as a Messiah. And it's funny because behind the scenes, one of the number one things that I was always, he would always say is like, oh, you're the last of Melanation. He always used to say, I'm the last of Melanation. He always used to tell me that I didn't look at him as the Messiah. He was always like, oh, you don't look at me like all these other people look at me. You know what I'm saying? Like there was a lot of things that he would say, in front of behind the scenes that wasn't actually recorded, which was,
No,
what I'm saying?
he had said it a few times. I don't know if you were present in the area or not, but
Okay.
he had said it a few times that basically you gave him kind of like a problem because you were one of his day ones.
Right.
I guess he was basically trying to hint around that it's harder to pull the wool over your eyes because you were
Yeah.
there when he first stepped into the plane. And that's what
Exactly.
makes us all so irritated is because sitting on the outside, we saw how really intelligent you guys were, how hungry you guys were, and we seen Eligio for who Eligio was. And that's
Mm.
where all the
Frustration.
yes, and the blaming comes into play because it's like, I know you guys are smarter than this. I know you seen the red flags. I know, you know what I'm saying?
Right.
And there was many a times where a lot of us would hit panels with Nature Boy, even though we knew we would get blocked, and
Right.
say things hoping you all would hear, like, has
Yes.
anyone ever, and I asked Aaron that question one day on live. I asked him, have you ever researched Phil Valentine? And he was like,
Mm.
I don't know who the fuck that is. And I left it alone. And I knew then that a lot of the people didn't know the knowledge prior to. And
Right.
a
Mhm.
lot of the so-called trolls already knew this knowledge, so we
Right.
were like, what the
And
hell's going
Nature
on
Boy
here?
was their only source type vibes, right?
Right.
It wasn't Nature Boy's knowledge or no knowledge. Like what?
Right,
But
and he got called out for teaching Dr. York's information in the beginning. And I didn't know who Dr. York was at that time, but in the beginning, he was teaching Dr. York information that actually people have come out to say that they were actually, Deja was a student of, what I'm saying, them specifically. Like some of Dr. York's students said, what I'm saying, said that he would come around and he was a student of that. So there was a lot of things that he was teaching. That's why he had to switch it. I know you know Lurker and anyone else that knows. He pivoted. You know what I'm saying, the doctrine a little
Mm-hmm.
bit because he knew that people were coming out. That's why he started to what I'm saying, certain things. My thing about it was like, all right, how you gonna give what I'm saying, Bruce Lipton, and I'm saying how you gonna give Bruce Lipton what I'm saying, credit, but you won't even give what I'm saying, credit to other people that came before you that what I'm saying, over here teaching information that are dark skinned. What I'm saying, like brothers, like I understand it. It almost was like a psychological thing where I think he
mhm.
wanted to be the black figure of knowledge, which I feel like this is an epidemic with a lot of us brothers and sisters in the quote unquote conscious community where we want to be the only figure, I'm saying,
Mm-hmm.
black figure,
Mhm.
because of how deprived we've been, I'm saying, from
Mhm.
having access to information and knowledge. So now we want to be like, well, I'm
And
using
power. You got to add power in there, Canoe.
oh,
We've been
absolutely.
deprived of having power.
Truth. And that's the thing. So now you get certain characteristics and certain people popping out the woodworks, saying certain things, and doing their best to try to be the figure of that, the image of that, and then it always ends up one way or another. It will end up a little bit like what happened. What I'm saying, with Nature Boy. So it's like. It's a thing. It's a mind state, really, because he's just a representation of other people or other figures out there that have popped up in the past or are going to pop up in the future. That they're just feeding off of that kind of energy of things that they've been deprived of. Not to mention the experiences and traumatic experiences they went through. That is fueling their very source. What I'm saying, for wanting to try
Well,
to dominate in
those
that way.
people will never cease to exist,
Hmm.
but there needs to be more people who say, nigga, fuck you. Okay?
Hmm.
There needs to be people that say, you're not going to take over this woman and her child. You're not going to,
Form a circle around a woman and beat her.
Hmm.
right,
Hmm. Yeah.
right. We're not going to give you that much power, sir.
Right. And
Right.
that's some wild stuff. All that stuff that had happened, and all that stuff that had happened prior to after me leaving, that stuff right there is, man, that's just toxic traits and toxic behavior. And these things are prevalent. These things do happen. He is not the only one, but definitely he
And
should be an
Bishop's
example.
not the only one. Bishop is
Yeah.
not the only motherfucker that doing this. He's
And the
not.
funny thing about it is, a lot of people that even had gone, what I'm saying certain things or whatever like that, they know people that are like this, right in their community. Shit like this happens all the time, but no one said nothing. But it's only when they're far enough away from somebody to observe to where they can get online and I say something. But it's like, are you talking about the thing that's happening next door? And I'll speak for myself. What I'm saying? I grew up, personally, I was desensitized when it
Mm.
comes to like women and getting beat up, stuff like that. I was desensitized to certain things because I grew up in a white neighborhood around a lot of white people. And one thing about, and there's no offense to that, I'm just saying a lot of things about, like cops and, white cops and things like that, at least in my area, that was a thing. Like you hear all the time, people just get beat up, what I'm saying, women get beat up and stuff like that. But the way that they handle it is like, it's not even like it's just a normal thing where they're like, oh, did you get in a fight with your wife last night? You're like, yeah, man, what I'm saying? It's like a real thing. Like, it's
Or
just,
people hear it, right? They hear it through the hallway. They hear it. The kids go to
Mm-hmm.
school and the kids tell each other, the parents, or not the parents, but they tell each, oh, my dad or my mom or, my uncle or, kids be talking to each other. Facts.
Right.
Well, let me lead off with this because I gotta jump back on some other shit. I gotta go, whoop to whoop. Okay,
Right.
G5,
Right.
love you. But let me say this to you, Canoe. Okay, I've had this conversation multiple times, but I want to have it honestly with you.
Right.
Are we victim blaming or are we holding criminals accountable? What are your thoughts, my love?
Oh, well, so victim blaming.
Or
Or
are
you
we
said,
holding criminals accountable?
I think both. I think both scenarios are taking place simultaneously. If we're talking about victim blaming, are you saying like people blaming, like trying to play the victim, or can you?
Or saying victim blaming, saying, "Oh, you brought this upon yourself," and "Oh, you're a dumbass," and "You should have never went," and "If you were
Oh,
really," you know what I'm saying. So, are we
right.
victim blaming, or are we holding criminals accountable?
Oh yeah, I feel you. No, but I say both are taking place. And the reason why I say both are taking place is because from the outside looking in, not even being outside of both, being outside of the sector of where people are talking about it, and then also being outside of the sector now of being in it. You know what I'm saying? I'm seeing both things take place. I'm seeing some people that get up on these panels and something like that. They're talking about it, but they're speaking in such a way as if, you know what I'm saying, the experience that the individual went through, they brought it on themselves, and they shouldn't have been, they should have been smart enough to see certain things, and you stupid that, you know what I'm saying? Like, I see a lot of that going on. Whereas then there's certain beings, like, you know what I'm saying, when it's like you right now, you're saying there's accountability that needs to be taking place. You as a mom are saying like, no, no, no. You're speaking from a standpoint where you're having credibility as being somebody that has seen certain things in reality, to where there's a lot of credibility that needs to be taking place for the individuals, or the individual that what I'm saying, did certain things. So there's both taking place, and I say this, and I say this for anybody that's ever dealing with people that have gone through certain things, or whatever. When we're pointing the finger at somebody and we're saying, "Oh, y'all stupid, y'all should have seen," when you're doing that, think about the time in your life. And if you're a saint and you're the holy being and you've never done this before, then hey, it doesn't apply to you. But think about the time in your life where someone was telling you about something that you just either didn't want to listen to, or you weren't aware of, or you were just doing something and you were like, and it didn't click until it clicked. And then you realize that, oh wow, people on the outside were telling me, what I'm saying, this, that, and the third. And I was not aware of it. And I was just doing my own thing. You know what I'm saying? And I was not, what I'm saying, seeing things how other people are seeing things. And now when you actually see that, you have to also give yourself, what I'm saying, grace. And you also have to look at yourself and be like, oh wow, what I'm saying, it wasn't just me being stupid. It was actually just I had taken time where I had to actually sit with myself and be acknowledging of the circumstances and situations that I went through and the things that I was doing. So when we're pointing the finger at somebody else saying that, oh, you're ignorant and stupid for not knowing, don't forget that there was a time in your life where you were ignorant and stupid of not knowing, whatever it may be. It may not be the same situation. We can't put everything on everybody. There's certain things that people were ignorant to that I wasn't. I might look at that and be like, how the fuck did you not?
Oh no, there's people walking in the subway right now while somebody's getting jumped, jacked, robbed, and they're walking right by it. So
Yeah, yeah. And it's like,
there's somebody getting
mm,
calling anybody. You know what I'm saying? It's happening right now.
right. There's a million different things going on. So it really just comes down to like, yeah, it just really comes down to allowing people
So
to grow.
what I mean,
Yeah.
do you feel any once you become aware, once you start saying, "Oh, they were right," then you start being accountable, and how far are you willing to take your accountability, babe?
Well, I
That's
mean, my
really the question.
accountability.
How far are you willing to hold yourself accountable?
I hold myself accountable for everything. I mean, that's all you can do. Is I can't. That's where it comes down to. I'm not even playing the victim role. I've seen some people leave and they play the victim role where they're like, I was a victim. I'm not even saying that. I hold myself accountable to the fullest extent as far as me not being aware of certain things. You know what I'm saying? Now, what that may look like to somebody else, mean like, well, if you're holding yourself all the way accountable, then you have to go do this. Otherwise, you're not holding yourself accountable. Well,
Mhm.
that's different too. Each is their own perspective. You know what I'm saying? I'm not gonna, because some people would want, some people will look at some of the ex-members and be like, yo, y'all need to die. You know what I'm saying? I've heard that shit. It's like crazy stuff, but I've heard it. You know what I'm saying? And that's not how I look at myself. That's not how I look at the situation. Like I said, I've been through a lot in my life. that's very small in my new to things that I've actually seen and things I've actually done in my life. Sometimes with some of the crazy stuff I did, was robbing and fighting and killing. I think not killing, but robbing and fighting. I think that those are very serious situations. So I would say that for me, I look at the situation as, yeah, I hold myself accountable to the fact that I did see certain things and I didn't act upon certain things. I hold myself accountable to the fact that I invested a certain amount of money into the organization or into what I'm saying, the situation, and that kind of stopped me wanting to go or me leaving at that moment in time because of the amount of money I invested. And that's another thing some people don't realize is that when you invest money into something, it sometimes is a little bit hit a little bit more hit a little bit more different when you invest a certain amount of money in something, and now you gotta your money's in someone else's account, and now you're just there, you're just there, and you're going through the motions of things because you're looking at the aspect of, oh well, this could pan out, this could turn out, things could change, things could get better. People talk about Netflix deals and BBC and stuff, and I'm not just saying I was there for the BBC or the Netflix deals, but I'm just saying like there were certain things that from a perspective that you could paint in your picture being there, like, okay, things are going to change, things are going to get better, people are growing, you know what I'm saying? I'm looking at the situation where it's like, okay, things could evolve. Things could do a 360 and things could just, or a 180 and things could turn all the way around and it could be a different situation and things could turn out better. So, for me, from that perspective, I'm looking at it like that, where I have a lot invested already to where I'm like, all right, well, let me just think about before I move and just decide to do this. So there was a lot of things that were pondering in my mind that I'm not saying were accurate or right or even good, but just reasons why I didn't make my initial movement to just be like leave and go, what I'm saying, go do my own thing, like I'm doing now.
I have one question, and then I'm done because I know you're trying to segue. First, I want to say, Tron. I was going to say we always say Tron get off the Wi-Fi.
Mhm.
Still, so don't get offended if you ever hear it. When someone's connection is acting up, we will definitely type in the chat, Tron, get off the Wi-Fi.
Well, that's a
Um,
character. I don't take that personally. That's not even who I am. So I take that as a character. That's like watching Seinfeld and seeing Kramer or something like that. That ain't nothing. That's all good.
but the question that I have is because you brought up BBC and you were there when BBC came, right?
I was not.
You were not there.
BBC never came to us. Yep.
So who came and did the interview with when the white girl was there and her parents acted a fool?
Right. That was BBC, but that we weren't in. See, when the BBC documentary came out, we weren't even in Costa Rica at that time. So they came when that girl was still in Costa Rica. The girl that left, when she was where we were at, she left, went back to Canada, and then she left again.
Right.
She left back, and she went back to Costa Rica. So that's what happened with her. She left our situation, and then she left and went to her home, but then she ended up leaving again. You know what I'm saying? And then
So
that's when. Yeah.
how did he act? And I say this because the way BBC presented it to us, the viewers, was that Eligio was very off-putting. He was very, you can't be here, you can't talk to nobody, you can only talk to me, type of thing. How did
Well,
it
that's what I'm.
how
Well,
did
that's what
that
I'm.
go?
Right. That's what I'm saying. He never. The BBC person never pulled up. We never had no BBC person or with mics and recorders. None of that. That was nothing happened. What I know is that um, there
Hmm.
was a lot of there was a I what I and this is just from what I know. Now there might have been something else that happened. You know what I'm saying, as far as him going out into what I'm saying, the world, because I no one ever came to the camp that we were at. We had a go out team at that time, people that were actually what I'm saying, going out to get the groceries and the food, and then you had certain people that would stay at the house. You know what I'm saying. So when he went out there, that might have happened. He might have came through, but he never actually got to go to the actual house that we were at, and maybe something like that happened. But from what I understanding is that it was all through the phone. From my
So
understanding is
you've
that
never seen it. You never saw the one BBC aired.
no, I did see the one that BBC aired, but
Okay.
there was a lot of the clips that were chopped up. Those were clips that some of them that we took. The ones that they took were
Ah.
yes, the ones the clips that they took where you actually saw the person that was from BBC.
Mhm.
Those were people that came to Costa Rica at when we all came to Costa Rica, but they didn't come with us. They had their own little splinter groups and stuff like
Right.
that. So those people were being interviewed as, you know what I'm saying, they were inspired by the movement, but they weren't actually there with us at the movement. You know
Right.
what I'm saying?
Right. Okay. So that makes sense to me now because, I know the media be lying like a motherfucker. So I was curious
Yeah. Mm.
because the way they presented it was as if they were at the camp,
Right. Yeah,
because
not
they
at all.
showed the pictures of you guys and things like that.
Right. Yeah, no, they weren't ever there. Mm-hmm.
Well, Bishop had denied them access, right? He told them like, "Oh no, I'm going to switch it up on them." At first, he said, "Yes, we'll do it," and then he said, "No, never mind." Well, I don't
Yeah,
know. That's what I heard.
he paranoid. That's one thing about I said about that. He was a paranoid person. Like anything was off. Even people come, he was like, "Man, someone's out to get me." He
He
had that fear
really had
mentality.
y'all out here like some motherfucking soldiers. You sitting here talking about certain people got to go to the grocery store, other people had to sit here and listen.
Oh yeah. Well, that's another thing. See, so as time progressed, it really was, and that's another thing too. That people be like, "Oh, why did you stick around, or why did you know what I'm saying, do this that?" Like a lot of that was happening was it was a military, and the thing about it is when True came too, True brought a lot of that energy. You know what I'm saying? That's another thing too. When True came, that's kind of when nature were kind of like, you know what I'm saying, where people started to get more into that militant
Oh,
aspect of
not you
things.
being messy. I'm sorry.
Uh,
Go ahead.
Now I'm saying so when it happened, like that's when True came. He was like, "Yo, I was in the military for certain years," and I think when that happened, and they saw because True did have a lot of discipline. I'll tell you that because of just being in the military, and what you go through in the military is like, yo, they do crazy stuff to
He
you in the military.
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
So what
Well,
happened
he
was,
wasn't even like he didn't even do. Never mind.
oh, are you talking about True? Or are you talking about
Yeah, he True didn't do half the shit that he claimed. He just mm,
Are you talking about Nature Boy or True? Because I heard True was an MP. And you said he was military police. I could be wrong though. I like I said, I
right.
don't know this person's
He
life.
he he wasn't like combat. He didn't really have any real uh notches on his sleeve. He didn't have any
Right.
real combat, you know what I'm saying?
Oh,
So
okay.
he was happy to be a part of the military and he played military very well, but he didn't really serve America. You know what I'm saying?
Oh yeah, no, as far as him like going to war and nothing like that, I that's what what I'm saying. I know he didn't do that, but
Yeah, he
he,
didn't
but
serve a fuck ass thing. Okay.
right,
He served
exactly,
Bishop, but he didn't serve us.
right, and that's the thing. So a lot of that energy when he came through, a lot of that energy and that discipline, kind of like if you've seen the Nation of Islam, they the way they carried themselves and the military aspect, and what I'm saying, having notches and like people just going through the ranks and learning things, like that's essentially what was trying to be emulated, and I think that's also a lot of where that energy came from. What I'm saying, from coming from that. But a lot of times we did sit down too and we had conversations about, okay, well, what we need to do, what I'm saying, we need to have, tactics and understandings. There were certain times where we had the men group, where we had the group of men, and we would think about and implement certain things that we needed to, have as far as personal experiences, things like that, in order to be, what I'm saying, in order to, like, if we were really to build a nation, like if I was to build a nation of people, what I'm saying, I would make sure that there would be some type of military force to protect the women and children type of vibe. You feel what I'm saying? Thing about it is there wasn't even enough goddamn people for any of that kind of situation to be even,
Listen,
having to be talking about.
y'all was out there doing code reds, and we have a troll that wants to join the panel. We'll let the troll come in, and then I'll end off with you real quick. Hi,
Okay, but
Truth Finder UK.
did you have the
Hi.
okay, you can go. Sorry, go ahead.
Hello,
Hello.
I'm not a
Truth Finder.
troll. I just want to ask you a question. Do
Yeah, go
you know
for it.
what state this man is from? I just need the help on finding his state.
Who?
This man.
This man? Oh, baby, he's not even from the States. He's from Costa Rica.
Costa Rica.
Yeah, he's not even from the States, my love.
Costa Rica. Costa Rica. What's his name?
His name is
You-
go fuck yourself.
You're not gonna tell me what state he's from, are
No,
you?
you
I
don't
just
need
need
to
to
know his
know
name.
what
What do you
state.
want, Truth Finder? What?
Is he from Ohio?
No.
Texas?
No, he's not
Who
from
said
Ohio.
Texas? What the fuck?
I'm trying to find that guy. I just need
Why?
his.
I
I just need
just
to know
told
what
you
state he's
Costa
from.
Rica. Okay.
Why,
All
why
right.
are you
So
trying to
go to
find
Costa
him?
Rica.
He is
Why?
from the states.
Why
He's
are you
not
trying to
from the
find him
States.
though? What is going on?
Costa Rica.
He is not
What
from
you
the
done
States.
did, sir?
So, what's his YouTube channel name?
His YouTube channel is Go Fuck Yourself.
No, is
No.
Glenn Jack the Rabbit.
Okay.
The
All right. Is that
rabbit.
all you want,
Um,
babe? Is that all you wanted?
I just need to know what state he's from. I want to get his job.
For what,
Last
sir?
time, he's not from a state. He's from a country.
Purposes of
That
criminal record checks. He's a possible pedophile. Possible.
pedophile, pedophile. Okay.
Alleged.
Okay.
Well, can you go look up Elijah Bishop from New York?
I mean, how do you know I'm a troll?
Because you've been on my channel before.
Yeah, and I got over 900 subscribers. Hell yeah.
I know. Okay. All right,
I'm
love
from the
bud.
troll sector. I mean, if you don't tell me what state he's from, I'm gonna send 100 trolls to your channel, and they're gonna troll you daily, and they will be annoying.
Okay,
Okay.
they can get blocked. There is such thing as a block button, sir.
Oh, yo! I have to talk about this. The last thing I want to talk about before, because I know you got a segue. Um, and also, okay, so this is the thing about this stuff too. Imagine this, right? And this is just to put into perspective. And I'm not talking about y'all or anything like that. If the shoe fits, wear it. But what I'm saying is, there are certain individual pages that I notice they be like, and even this is a modern thing in today's time where a lot of people will take people's personal life and then they literally every single day will talk about someone's personal life. You know what I'm saying? Putting up on page, making blog talks about it, whoop de whoop de whoop. I'm not talking about y'all. Don't get offended. What I'm saying is,
Oh,
other
baby,
people,
we about to get into that here in a minute. When I
right?
get off with you, we about to get personal. Okay.
And that's cool. And
I'm
that's
one of
cool.
those people. Cano. I'm one of those
Well,
people.
now I say this. I say this. I think that me personally, just knowing you behind the scenes. I mean, I've never been in your personal space, but what I'm saying is just the good-hearted person I know you are behind the scenes. I'm not saying this even applies to you, but what I am putting into perspective is that imagine if these cellular devices did not exist, and you don't even go live that much. But I'm talking about the people that are hardcore on me every second of the day, making this their job and their reality. What I'm saying is, can you imagine these people not having any of these devices and walking behind with a pen and a paper, walking behind the person saying, "Oh, this person is walking." You know what I'm talking about? Like, can you
Facts.
imagine these people really in
Facts.
real life, like stalking these people? Because I mean, if you didn't have the internet, then all you would have to stalk these people. You would have to like be up on that. So imagine if, imagine that being someone's life. You know what I'm saying? Like you're walking
Well,
around.
they do it to I no disrespect to these little celebrities, but they do it to celebrities.
That's what I
They
mentioned.
go
That's what I said.
stalk their every fucking move.
Yes. And
I mean,
that's
they do. There's you child, listen. Don't be a celebrity and be popular and famous, and they're gonna pickpocket you apart. And I like what Doja Cat is saying right now. She's like, "Fuck you guys. I don't want you to be my fans. You guys are weird. You're obsessed. I'm a racist." She's just going off and I love it. Yes,
mhm.
people need to stop. People need to stop because, like you said, we have neighbors, we have people at the grocery store, we got people at the fucking corner shop, we got, you know what I'm saying? Like,
Mhm.
no, we done forgot all about what's right in front of us because we so obsessed with this bullshit fake nigga that wants to shock jock some people. Oh, blah blah blah, and now he's got a cult, a fucking. I'm gonna use a word that's not appropriate. I'm sorry, a cult of retards who are obsessed with that fame. I don't know what Bishop did to his bitches, but these girls are out here. They need it. They want it. Let's get on. Let's beg. And not just his females. We got ex members like Soul. You know it, Canoe. You know that there's people that have come from cult carbonation and
Mhm.
they have turned out to be little bishops. Yes, they have.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, yeah, I say this. I say that.
And I'm
Everyone,
sorry for
especially.
using the R word, but it is. These motherfuckers are beyond idiots. Okay.
Yeah, I'd say, listen, I can't say that everyone's a retard from there, but I will say that, yeah, the activity and some behaviors, people are just really trying to find themselves out, and as people are trying to find themselves out, trying to work on themselves, trying to grow and develop, and yeah, it's looking like it can be looking like scrambled eggs, it can be looking like chaos, like what the hell is this? But at the end of the day, you know what I'm saying? I do wish peace and prosperity and salvation to everybody on their
Yeah.
journey. as they're walking forward, as they're moving forward, because like just being existing as is, life is hard enough as is already. Just being here, you know what I'm saying? Whoop, popped in without all the other antics and situations that we go through in life, whether it be this one or that one. We could try to make one seem better than the other. We can do all of that, but the reality is, once it comes down to when a person transitions from this reality to the next, none of that is even that's not even a thing of matter. You know what I'm saying? What
It's not
matters is,
right.
what I'm saying? That's why we really need
It's
to,
a
like,
non fucking factor.
it really ain't. You know what I'm saying? So that's why we, as much as we can, just last thing I'm gonna say, just
Well,
focus on.
can I give a rundown real quick before you go?
Yeah,
This is King
absolutely.
Canoom. Okay. This young man went through things when he was first entered into this world. This gentleman had, was out here thugging, flipping birds, and, he was out here making money. He got twisted up with the nigga named Bishop. You know what I'm saying? He got hemmed up with his purpose, but without the true understanding of his purpose, is what I will
Hmm.
say. Okay.
Absolute, absolute, absolute.
And
I know, bro.
watching you still grow, you're still developing. You still have a long ways to go. You're still a young, what are they, you're a little squirt, you are. You still have a long way to go. And what a blessing it has been to speak with you, Canoe, and your honesty. Okay. That
Absolutely.
has been a blessing
Yes.
to me. And we could go deeper.
Yes.
We could go all crazy. I could, go ham. I'm not going to do that tonight. But I
Right.
do appreciate you coming up here. I do
Hmm.
appreciate you sharing your life with me behind the
Right.
scenes, in front of the scenes.
Absolutely.
Um, and thank you for allowing me to still be a passionate, nothing ass bitch, Canoe. Thank you
Live and let
for
live.
that.
Live and let live. Absolutely.
Thank
Absolutely. I
you for
appreciate it.
that. Thank
Absolutely.
you.
And I also hope, you know what I'm saying, any kind of wisdom. Some people be like, I can't get wisdom from this person because of the experiences that he went through. And that's just nothing. I can't do it. So if that's the case, that's fine. But if anyone did get any wisdom, I'm so thankful that I was even able to share a little bit of my mindset about things. Whether you're satisfied or unsatisfied, disgruntled or not disgruntled, you know what I'm saying? You think of me how you want. But at the end of the day, I'm so glad to be alive. I'm so glad to be here on this earth in this space and time. I'm grateful for the things that I have in my life, and I hope that you all are as grateful in your life and the things that you have, as well as me. You know what I'm saying? Because that's really what matters is the importance of family and the people that we have closest to us. And that's never going to change. So, yeah, y'all should be focused on that in this time. Definitely, definitely. I appreciate you. Um, and
Oh,
I did
wait.
you did you now I don't know because I don't know if there was another conversation that we were gonna have too, but I didn't know if that was something you were gonna save for another
Um,
time or.
yeah, yes, we have a lot. Do you want to kind of hang out with me for a little bit?
Well, I thought the original, yeah, because I remember the original thing we were going to be talking about was about the gender sex things that are going on right
Yes,
now in the
the
world.
Oh
transgender.
God.
Yeah, yeah.
We're not
So
going there right now, Godmother.
I think
But
I think it would be
no,
nice to have Canoom
I've been
again.
talking to
For
Canoe about my trans journey, haven't I, Canoe?
oh, absolutely, definitely.
Yes, I have.
If there's
Okay.
one thing that she talks about, is that right there. You know what I'm saying? Yeah, for real. Trying to
Listen,
figure it
I'll be getting it with people, okay? And
out.
that's just me being me. But Godmama, is there something else you want to say to Canoe? Because I'm about to dive in.
no, I just hope he makes his way back because it was a good conversation.
Yes.
And I think many more could be had, not just specifically surrounding
Bishop.
carbonation. Yeah.
Yeah, that was probably like the last time I'd be talking about that because I really don't because I've made so many videos about it and it's really for me it's not like such like a I know a lot of people are still in that time zone of thinking about that stuff. I've just have a lot more pressing matters on my life.
Well, that had to break the ice. There was no way I was going to bring you over and we didn't discuss that.
I'm
There's just
glad. I'm
no way.
glad. Yeah,
Yeah, so we
it's
had to
good.
break the ice.
And
Facts.
I did agree with that with her too. I did agree. We agreed from some time ago that was going to
Mhm.
be a thing that I would do is at least just to clarify certain things. I know some people just they want to know. They're like, hey man,
Right,
check.
because you are one of the ones that haven't been out here in these streets.
Yeah,
Mhm.
I just been so focused on real life. It's like, damn. But
That's
I
why
understand.
I have a different level of respect for you because you, whether you did the right thing or not, you didn't come online for trauma bonding. You feel
Mm,
me?
Good.
So I
And
could tell if you're not coming online to trauma bond, well, maybe he's handling his business in real life.
right,
all
absolutely.
right. Well, let me get gritty. I've been up here for 2 hours, so let me get gritty. Let me get back to how I was starting to show off. Y'all feel free to stay up on the panel. If you need to drop down, it was a blessing having you up here. Let me get a nothing ass bitch time. Okay. Um, so while we're speaking of, Canum and his bishop situation, you know what I'm saying? Okay. Um, we're also talking about aren't we all guilty and that nobody's fucking innocent? Why again? I have to bring up Black Sector because I'm Black Sector 2.0. We had Beasley hit the panel. We had Salt hit the panel. Y'all can feel free to come right the fuck back up and chin check me any which way you want to. But let me state this, Black Sector, okay? Do not get upset that there is Black Sector 2.0. Don't get upset because there's a freshman crew or whatever they say in the beef sector. They got a little freshman crew. They got this newbie crew. The newbie crew. I heard a buddy say, "Oh, I was born in the Black Sector. I was born here 4 years ago." I'm like, that's funny because I joined the Black Sector 4 years ago, but I wasn't born in the Black Sector. I was born in another sector. Okay. So I'm just confused. Black Sector, do you hate the new crew? Are you mad at the new crew? Because from what I've seen, the new crew doesn't do nearly half the shit that you motherfuckers did. Okay. So I don't know. While we got Kanum up here and we judging him, okay, let's judge each other. Okay, let's judge each other. We all sit up here like, oh my gosh, I can't deal with this bitch because she does too much. But 2 years ago, 3 years ago, some of you bitches was doing that and then some. Okay, some of you niggas was doing that and then some. Right? I hear conversations going around talking about who is this and who's fucking that. I heard all kinds of things. Okay. But again, if you are a virgin or whatever, then speak freely, right? Speak freely. If you are without sin, speak freely. Oh, but none of us are without sin. I'm just saying Black Sector 2.0 is a little bit nicer, but I know that the dark side, the Black Sector side, right? We're not called Black Sector because we're black or melanated people. No, it's Black Sector because we're dark. We go dark. We drag kids. We skull fuck mamas. We do da 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 da. We show up to people's gravestones. We blah 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 blah. But we're mad at so and so for being some type of way. Which one is it? I done told y'all this before. Which one is it? Are we mad or we're not mad? And I heard what's her name? I'm just gonna bring it up. This girl, Coolin. She did a little live talking about Buddy Lee has a sex cult.
Wait.
A sex cult? A sex cult?
Oh God.
What? Right underneath the Nature Boy sector's nose,
Could
there's a sex
never.
cult? What? Now listen, there might be some fucking, there might be some plays, there might be some. Listen, I ain't heard nothing about no kids over there, okay? Uncle Suge was out here fucking people and then he came out fucking 14-year-olds. I ain't heard nothing about, Buddy fucking 14-year-olds. I ain't heard nothing like that. I heard he was fucking grown women and they was dropping money. That's what I did here. Okay. I heard other people were ready to get dirty and nasty and re-drag. That's what I did hear. I heard that black sector's waking up. Mm-hmm. What y'all waking up? Some more disgustingness? Y'all about to pull another, Tracy was out here hanging kids by a noose and stuff, putting that on her wall. Isn't that what black sector likes to do? That's why black sector likes Tracy. Tell the truth. That's why some of the black sector loves them some Tracy, because she's just as vile as you motherfuckers. Mm-hmm. But Black Sector 2.0 comes in and we're frolicking and, having us a gay old time. And all of a sudden, that's a problem. But we've been here for years, 4 or 5 years. I don't know. It's Black Sector 2.0. I don't know what to tell Black Sector. I don't know what to tell the OGs. Okay, we're tired of watching True Freeman in LA and Cliff. I don't know, old Black Sector. Do something. Do something. And don't be mad at us. He said there's still a Black Sector. I don't know, baby. I don't know. Lurker, you got dark skin tendencies, and I do too. Well, baby, I don't know what to tell you. I don't know what to tell you. Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. So I'm just asking, I'm just wondering, what are we doing, Black Sector? Are we too good? Are we too bougie? We can't have new people in. We can't have this and that. And you OG Black Sector will do something, OG Black Sector. Do something. Because new Black Sector is Deepa Tomboyish, Jazzy, Clyde Diva, Vic is old and new. Vic is a wishy-washy type of bitch, so we already know what time it is fucking around with Vic. Okay, I don't recall ZX and all that other shit. I don't know. Y'all tell me. What is it? OG Black Sector, what are y'all doing besides watching LA and Cliff? And yes, LA got beat up recently, and then what happened? I don't know. Why does Black Sector 2.0 get so much flack? People like Peeper. Why does he get so much flack? Why does Peeper get so much flack, gentlemen? It's okay when he was running a game with Candy and they was in the beef sector and they was minding beef sector's business. Well, let's get down to Black Sector business. Come on now. Come on now. I'm not scary to speak on it. I'm just asking. And we got people, I'm gonna be honest, we got people out here concerned about like Kanoom was saying. Kanoom, I'm not trying to throw you out there, baby, but like Kanoom was saying, oh, I didn't realize that. I didn't know that was happening. We got people like that. Are you fucking kidding me? Black Sector, don't do that. Y'all know exactly what the fuck is going on. But don't nobody want to say nothing. Don't nobody want to speak on it. Everybody wants to act like, oh my goodness, I didn't hear this. I didn't hear that. And I'm just going to come show up when I want to show up. Oh, okay. Okay. Mm-hmm. It is your fault. It is your fault, Victor. There would be no new Black Sector. There would be no Black Sector 2.0 if it wasn't for Vic Damone. I'm just wondering, why is there so many hypocrites and so many people acting brand new? Acting like People like me haven't been around. I get really irritated by that. I do. I hate people saying, "Well, oh no, this is black sector business," and da 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 da. Okay, well, handle black sector business. How the fuck do you know all about Nature Boy and all the shit that he's done? But you got the nerve to talk shit about the new black sector. Yeah, we came from Nature Boy. We did. Yes, we did. Some of us came from Conscious. Some of us came from, yes, we did. Some of us came from Latanya. Some of us came from Rana. Yes, we did. And not none of us that have come from those sectors have done half the fucking grotesque shit y'all have done. Okay? We haven't. Okay? But it's a problem though if we say something. Or if I'm not going to say we, I'm just going to say some people. It's a problem when some people say shit. What the fuck? It's a problem. We got Beasley popping back up. Beasley, if you're out there, re-hit the link. I'm not sure what you came up here for. Thought what kind of show I was having. But you can come back up to Beasley. Cause I would like to know what you coming back for. The same thing I had told Jazzy, like, y'all coming back for what? For drama, for this, for that, and then don't want people to speak on you. Well, make it make sense, my love bugs. Don't pop up out of nowhere if you don't want us to speak on it. And then don't have all your business on the streets if you don't want us to speak on it. Don't be don't do that. And don't be mad. I thought this was black sector. Don't be mad. You can't come up. Let me ban this person. Let me ban this person. You're not coming up. So that's just how I feel, though. I feel like we're all guilty of some shit. I feel like there shouldn't be a super heavy division, but I guess this is, how Kanoom would say it, melanation versus carbonation. The old school people feel a certain type of way. They feel like they've earned their life. Nigga, y'all been on YouTube for 10, 20 years. Like, okay, let some new shit come through. There's nothing wrong with that. And when we do come through, just stand in your square. If somebody comes up and says, hey, this ain't cute, then it's not fucking cute to them. It's nothing for you to take personal. And another thing I want to discuss too is this might hurt some feelings. I don't care. Another thing I want to discuss, is it a tradition in the black sector, the OG black sector, to just fuck your subscribers and like everybody link up? I don't know. That was kind of like a cautionary tale in the Nature Boy sector. Like, we wasn't trying to meet up. I don't know. It seems like black sector likes to meet up, link up, fuck up. And then you got other people outside of the sector telling y'all's business. Oh my goodness. But got the nerve to talk shit about the new people coming in the sector. Baby. Yes, he did, Jeff Hemme. But he's long gone. People say things like that, like, oh, Tommy, Monty Woodgren, Tyreek Nasheed. Like, these people are gone. I mean, they're still around, but they're not here. They're not active OG black sector. I don't know. I would love that. I would love for Tommy to come. I would love some OG black sector shit. That would be fun. But they're gone. These people aren't around. So I am confused why it's such a problem for new people to come through. Nigga, let us come through. Or don't. Hi, love bugs. Hi, love bugs. So that's it. That's my shit talking. I'm just wondering, people throw shots every day, and those hoes, sometimes get picked up. So I'm just wondering. I hear that too, Jeff. I hear that. I hear that quite a bit that, oh, things were different before a certain point in time. Well, I mean, okay. I guess we can all reminisce about 2018 Black Sector.
Yeah, but pause, alert, because Black Sector notorious for throwing out the why are you living in the past? Why are you bringing up the past? That was so old. The sector's notorious for that. So, which I'm just saying, just saying. Do we bring up the good shit and not the bad shit? Is that what it is? I guess.
I mean, I don't
But
know.
I'm a 2.0 baby, you know. I'm a Nature Boy sector baby.
Yeah.
So the way the Nature Boy sector moved prior to was is different anyways.
Hmm.
We're more of a observant people. We're more of a we observe, we watch. If you do some fuck shit, 9 times out of 10 we're probably gonna say some shit. If it's like legit fuck shit. You know what I'm saying? But for the most part, nature boy sector kind of like chills unless you are being like a nature boy. Now, if you're being like a nature boy, then we going to get active.
Hmm.
But for the most part, we sit down, we shut up, we hand out our likes, we hand out our subscribes, and we hand out our cash apps,
Hmm.
and we mind our business for the most part. Now, some of the Nature Boy content creators, they've decided to get a little spicy and active, which is
A
now is
jokey.
what is segueing into this Black Sector versus Black Sector 2.0.
Yeah, yeah, yeah.
And I don't want no parts of that shit for real.
Mama Global, I'm glad you're here because you are both. You've come from the merge and you've come before. You were also Black Sector and also Nature Boy Sector. Glad to have you here. Jeff
It's
Henney says, no, no, no. It's the new side that is notorious for that. Not the old side. He said, look at Styles in LA. Stop. They're still calling each other's phones to this day. And they've been doing it for 7 years. Oh my goodness.
Well, then I guess you got to kind of break it down, Jeff, as to who do you view as the new people versus who's the old people. Because who Jeff deems as new, I might be like, oh damn, I thought they was old.
He's
Because
right
when
though.
it, because
He's
whenever
right.
I came into the black sector, it was under the umbrella of melanated people. It wasn't until last year that it was let out that it was no, it's not black because of the people, it's black because of dark trolling. And I was like, oh well, yeah, that does kind of make sense now. Like,
Mhm. What Jeff is true. The merger with the Nature Boy sector definitely made it softer, and as it should. Good.
yeah, because we weren't playing that shit.
Hmm.
We came from y'all. Black sector watched us come in here from basically trying to destroy one man's life. We were trying to get this man whatever his circumstances he's in now.
Child, not destroying his life, girl. We got Kanoom on the panel. Stop.
Well, we listen.
Hey,
We
listen,
Well,
listen. So is this y'all? Listen. I've listened. I'm listening, but nah, I feel what you're saying. Like that's just how you guys were coming. Like, hey, listen. Knowing with the cause and effect, how that happens in reality and the universal law. Hey, you cannot expect or even predict
mm,
someone else's response to certain
Mm.
things that may happen. I mean, it
Right.
could have been a whole different situation. I remember when we growing up. I remember me and my homie, we rolled up on someone that was doing, you know what I'm saying, some crazy shit to one of my friends, you know, sister, you know what I'm saying? And we motherfucking rolled that nigga out. So I mean, it's just different, you know, circumstances for different things. You know, this actually ended up in a more favorable way than some of the situations I've seen go down when it comes to things.
Mm.
But the reality is it's not local. This was online, so that's why it played out the way that it did. You know what I'm
Mm-hmm.
saying? So yeah, man, it's like, hey, listen, I'm completely aware of all of the human reactions. You know what I'm saying, of what could be. So I don't take nothing personally.
Right.
Um,
And when I say destroy his life, it wasn't directed towards y'all. It was straight directed towards him because I knew if I cut
right.
the head of the snake off, the rest of y'all would just trinkle away. You know what I'm saying? It
Yeah,
was.
And oh, sorry.
no, I was saying, yeah. And as far as, I mean, we're the reality is too, like we're all in our own worlds. It wasn't even if quote unquote being looked at as, oh, you know what I'm saying, his life is your life. I mean, for some of them, they really do live like that for him, but you're in your own world. I mean, there's really nothing
Mm-hmm.
no one can do. The thing about it is, people can only subject themselves to things that they want to subject themselves to. Like if you're in the military and there's some
Bloop.
crazy shit happening, and there's some wild stuff happening, like that's real. Now there are certain circumstances where people are held at gunpoint, or maybe they're kidnapped, or they're literally like forced to, like, you're in, like, you know, slavery, like you're in chains. You can't, you know what I'm
Or
saying?
you're
You know.
subscribing to a YouTube channel. You feel like you're forced
Mm-hmm.
into that. Nigga, it's a YouTube channel. Unsubscribe.
Mm-hmm.
Unfucking subscribe.
True.
People feel as though they're dictated by masses, right? We call it over here, Canoe, we call it the go along, get along. But it is
Absolutely.
so prevalent, not just with YouTube, but at work. If you want to be in good with the boss, and you want to go along and get along with the boss, and you want to go along and get along with the IRS, and you want to get along with the cop that just pulled you over. You want to We as a society, we are a go along, get along type of motherfuckers.
Mm-hmm.
Herd
Man.
mentality.
Yeah.
We just are, right?
Mm-hmm.
Mhm. It's programmable. It's programmable. You know.
Programmable. And then when there's people like yourself, Kanoom, or Godmother, or myself, where we want to think outside the box, and that frustration comes when the box is misleading, or when you finally get out the box and it's not what it, you know what I'm saying?
Mm-hmm.
What it's cracked up to be, and things like people like to say, well, get your own company or own your, it's not all it's cracked up to be, people. Okay, owning your own company
Mm-mm.
is not all it's cracked up to be. Okay. um
Mm-hmm.
it's and it just, I mean, I don't know, but so there is an illness of people that are like, well, you're doing it, I'll do it too, and oh, you guys are cool for doing that. Like, what makes you, let me stop. What makes you cool about being a married person, or a person who claims to have wonderful things offline? What makes you cool about coming online and flexing?
Mm.
What if you're big time in real life? What makes us cool about coming online and flexing that we're big time in real life? What? I don't know.
Right.
Y'all, I'm
And
going off the rails. I'm sorry.
but see, that's the thing. Like 2.0, that shit don't fly with 2.0. Why? Because we sat and watched Bishop do that shit for years. Sit
Mhm.
here and flex on the internet, knowing good and goddamn well they was sitting over there starving.
Mm. Kunum, that's something I didn't get to ask you, my love. I was going to tell you about them fucking solar mills.
Oh yeah, yeah. There was really, honestly, as far as like there was
Did
only,
you did you ever, you can just be honest, did you ever
yeah.
feel hungry being at Bishop's camp?
I would say there was only like one occasion to where I say this: the when you have a large group of people and there's strict dieting for the accounting for the amount of people that you do have. There
So
was
the answer is
times
yes. It's
there was
yes.
times where, like, I come from a household where, I was eating 3 meals a day. So you're damn right there was times, I mean, not in the beginning, for sure, not in the beginning. We were eating crazy in the beginning. but as time progressed, like when some of the newer members, probably like when True came around, Solar, when those people started
No,
to
hold
come
on.
around.
Pure, the guy that took the van with the peanuts, right?
Pure, that dude too, yeah. When that dude started to show up and stuff like that, that's when things started to change as far as the meal reg, and also where when Rambo left and all that stuff. That's when it started to get a little tight, but still not to the extent to where we were like, you know, starving. I think a lot of the stuff that you did see, especially with some of the women, it really came from stress, yo. These people were up like up. Like I was mostly editing videos in the back, so I didn't necessarily wasn't always there for all the little meetings that they used to have. But one thing I will say is that these people were up all night. Some of them, you know what I'm saying, just talk about you. You'd be surprised about some of the talks that we've had. Just to be like, damn, that's what you all were up talking about. Like, God, damn, like some pointless ass. But anyways, so some of these people and women were just up talking about their emotions and their feelings and how they thought, and
And
trying
not
to
a
make.
drop, but was there any snacks provided when they were up?
No, like there's sometimes where spontaneously, maybe sometimes there would be snacks given to them sometimes, but I mean for the most part, people were just emotionally involved, and the people that were talking were emotionally involved, and then the other people were just sitting around watching, listening,
You
learning
know
what they
that's
can
a
gain.
symptom of hunger, babe?
You said what?
Do you know that's a symptom of hunger? When you're up and you're exhausted and you're talking and you're over
Yeah, because you're burning
exerting
calories.
yourself. Mhm.
Absolutely, you're burning
You start
calories.
to
Like people.
become delusional.
Absolutely, and that's another
Mhm.
tactic. People don't understand. That's another tactic. Actually, it's
Oh,
a
we understand.
psychological tactic. Yeah,
Yeah.
yeah. So a psychological tactic is when you keep people up past 3 a.m. What
Mhm.
happens is people start to go into a translucent state where their mind is receiving information, but they may not even be awake. That's why if you're driving at like three a.m. and you're
That's
up
right.
driving,
You're
your
right.
motor skills aren't as active because your
Correct.
your body and your mind is actually supposed to be it's in like a realm sleep where it's actually supposed to be sleeping. You're supposed to be in that moment. So a lot of the times that's what would happen, and this is actually perfect timing for if you want to program people or put thoughts into their subconscious mind. This is the time that you do it, is keeping people up late at night. And then,
Without
I remember
food.
me and Rambo used to talk about this. I remember Rambo, we had when we were editing videos in the back, we would talk about certain things like that. Like, damn, you know what this is doing to people's minds? Like, this is like MK Ultra. Like, we had certain conversations like we were aware of, but it's like it was kind of funny to us at that point in time. But the all seriousness, that's really what was going on to some, and it really, really did a number on some people. You know what I'm saying? Like, health wise, mentally, physically, like, yo,
Oh
people.
yeah,
That's why
we
you saw
seen
that.
it. We saw
Mm-hmm.
it.
Yeah.
Yeah,
So
we
That's ugh.
deep stuff, man. It's real deep stuff. But that's the reality, man. Like, and a lot of people, and thing about it is, so a lot of those people didn't have that information and that knowledge. So people really didn't pick up or even seeing what he was doing with those kind of tactics. You know what I'm saying? And this is where it gets to the accountability part, where and even the serious part, where we start to talk about like things like that stuff right there. You playing with that kind of magic and playing with that kind of manipulation tactics right there. That's not good, because people can fall out. People can have health complications and conditions because of staying up too late, not getting enough sleep, not eating certain food. You know what I'm saying? Um, yeah, that's a real thing.
it is. It's a very real thing. And it's a form of Bishop's not the only one that's done that, but there's some there's people that use food and like you said, let's stay up and talk all night. Um it's just it's disgusting to me, Canoe, is what it is.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Mm.
So, but Bishop's not the only one. It's a it's a harsh reality when you look at people who just genuinely don't give a fuck about people.
Yeah. Yep. Yep.
It's a harsh reality, but it's a reality. People genuinely don't give a fuck. Like, why are you on the street begging? Why are you, people genuinely don't give a fuck, and they'll take advantage of that.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
No, that's real, and that's why I advise everyone. You know what I'm saying? Like, to definitely when it comes to anything in life, do your due diligence, do your research, make sure that you know what I'm saying, have checked things out, and also be grateful and thankful for your experiences, because your experiences will definitely navigate you and guide you through life. You know what I'm saying? Like having certain experiences. I know people that, you know what I'm saying, have had experiences with manipulative people in relationships, and then they, you know, getting out to the real world and they see someone with the same kind of behavioral patterns where it's like, wow, this person reminds me a lot of this other person that I dealt with. So, you know, that those experiences we go through are not for nothing. You know what I'm saying? Like we take that information and we
Well,
keep it pushing.
okay. Do you feel like, let me ask you this. Let's get back on you. I'll jump back on Black Sector here in a second. Let me ask you this other thing. Do you feel like those experiences were necessary for you, or do you feel like those experiences could be necessary for people altogether?
I think they were, first and foremost, definitely experiences were necessary for everybody, because no matter how bad the experience was for each individual, they learned something. But yeah, I think that there were certain like leadership skills that I learned from seeing not so good of leadership, if that makes sense. Like I'll take this for an
So
example.
you might have
When I
learned what not to do.
Absolutely. I mean, it really just to see the inner side of an organization, because I've never been. This is the first time I've, outside of sports and outside of like working at a place, being a manager. I never really seen, like, you know what I'm saying, as an organization independent from what you would call, quote unquote, the system, or even the attempt of being independent from the quote unquote system. That kind of what the inner, you know what I'm saying, inner workings of that would look like. So I did get to see certain things that just weren't applied, things that just, yeah, just weren't methodically thought out. You know what I'm saying? Like someone just, like, you know, having a good idea but not putting forth the intelligence behind the idea, and it turning into what it turned into, which was really just like mishmush. You know what I'm saying? It really wasn't as effective as
So let me ask you another question, my love. Do you
yeah.
think you could have ran the cult better than Bishop?
I definitely would have other agendas and other things that would have been put forth. Absolutely, more action, more doing. Um, when it comes to, I think that's another thing about myself is that, when I say I'm going to do something, or when I put something into practice or action, we actually do it. You know what I'm saying? I think a lot of what he was doing, and a lot of what people do nowadays with the internet, is showboating. Showboating is just, oh yeah, I'm out here, I'm flexing, like you said, I'm doing this, that, and the
I
third.
like to call it peacocking, but yes,
Oh
showboating.
yeah, absolutely, flocking your feathers, all that shit. You know what I'm saying? So you got people out here doing that, but in real life, they ain't actually applying it. So yeah, that's the thing that I would say. Yeah, with him is this: he would talk good
So
about
what
something.
did Bishop have that you don't?
As far as, well, I don't compare myself to him personally, because he's a different being. I would say that for me, I have a lot of patience. You know what I'm saying? I have a lot of understanding. I think that my comprehension level when it comes to just dealing with people in general is different than his. I think that, when people are having a lot of trauma, or they're dealing with a lot of things inside, it's hard for them to actually be able to um, make a real connection with other people, not just in a way that's funny, or you're just like doing things that are catching the eye gawk of people, like the shock and draw reality of situations. That's just a manipulation tactic, but that's not actually connecting with people. So I think that my ability to listen, my ability to understand and comprehend with different people is different than his. You know what I'm saying? Um, Although I think he does have a good ability to put on a show, which is, that can be useful, definitely, when you are speaking to the masses, or even projecting what you are putting out to the masses of people. But I would say that, yeah, that's the differences between us, is that I think that I've gotten over a lot of my traumas, and I think that he just, had certain things he didn't get over as he started, and that's why it trickled into his own life. But I don't compare myself to him in any way, or shape, or form, because we're just two different beings. You know what I'm saying? I just don't. My ideals, my character is different. You know what I'm saying? I don't want to be that. You know what I'm saying? Or even have that. Nothing against him personally. That's just not my character. You know what I'm saying? So he's just got to, work with what he has. You know what I'm saying? Even in his space right now, he's in the jail cell. He got to work with what he has in that jail cell and learn how to be better. you know?
Not work with what he has. Isn't that what he taught y'all?
Work with what you got. You know what I'm saying? You can't be something that you're not. So work with what you got. I'm telling you.
Not this nigga in a jail cell where he belongs. Where he belongs. Well, I don't know for this charge right now. I'm still up in arms about certain things. But Bishop belongs in jail. I don't know if it's for this charge or not, but he has done some criminal activity and the nigga need to go down. What do you Okay.
Okay, she said.
Hold
Someone
on.
said. Sinister said.
Sinister Salt, and I want to say this too, though, because I agree. Hold on. Sinister said, after hearing both of them speak, one thing is clear that Nature Boy has that this guy doesn't: charisma. Bishop has charisma, he has manipulation tactics. Bishop can work a crowd. This nigga can manipulate the masses. This man, I mean, I don't know if that white man stinging a finger in his butt gave him his magic spiel, but Bishop definitely has something nobody else in the cult has, and that is charisma. We have someone that wants to join the panel, baby.
I would say this. I would say that,
Hi,
yeah, as far as
Steph.
the charisma.
What's up?
Okay.
It's me.
Okay, baby. Go ahead,
Yeah, I would
King.
say. Are we? Was that something that was directed at me? Was he talking about me specifically in that? In that.
Well, no, he was speaking to about you. Yes, that was specific to you, but I can correlate it to not Sinister Soul. I can correlate this to Sassy Solar. I can correlate this to Aaron. I can correlate this to all of Bishop's ex members. One thing Bishop can do is rock a crowd.
Yeah, I would say, yeah, his ability, but that's the thing about it. When it comes to the charisma aspect, is we're in a day and age where people like to be entertained. You feel what I'm saying? So
Hmm.
people, so
Yes, he
the
was an
so
entertainer.
so what we're
Yes.
talking about when we're talking about charisma in modern day, if you look at it, a lot of people that are out here disseminating information and knowledge, it doesn't get, even the people that are making big moves when it comes to, giving information, that don't get as much views as if you saw Blueface and, his girl going at it. That's going to get millions and millions of views versus someone talking about, Thoth and the ancient Egyptians. It's not going to get as many views. And that's where we say, when we're talking about the charisma, let's not get it twisted. Where you have good people out here, you have good preachers. Let me tell y'all this. You have teachers out here, and then you got preachers. You got preachers out here that are good at preaching. A preacher can rock a crowd. A preacher can get people together. But
Mm,
preachers are not necessarily teachers. You feel what I'm saying?
mm.
A preacher can just, read something that was written in a book, you know what I'm saying,
Come
like the
on,
Bible,
Cano.
and
Come
then
on,
and then they can go
Cano.
out there with that little charisma. They can whoop whoop whoop, but they're not the people that are described in the book, nor are they the people that are writing the book. They're just the people
Mm.
that know how to say something, you know what I'm
Mm.
saying, to rock the crowd. So there's a difference. Don't get it twisted. Charisma ain't all. That's a little bit of something cool, but in today's time, that don't stand the test of time when we're talking about the realities of realities when it comes to information. And a lot of people back in the day that were, real influential in real life, they probably wouldn't have done so well online, but in real life, in real person, is different. That's why a lot of people, when you meet Nature Boy in person, it's like a lot of people didn't even stay like that, because in real life it's different than on person. So what you are seeing on
Mm.
camera, and remember, what people are seeing on camera is not necessarily standing the test time in person. You can have that charisma for 20, 30 minutes, maybe even 5 hours, and you can do it, and you can have that for a little bit, but keeping that same energy, you know what I'm saying? That's how you know whether it's in you or whether it's not. You know what I'm saying? A lot of people can fake a good game on camera because you have a window of time, but you're not literally with this person every single day, every moment. Now, I'm not saying this person ain't, a charismatic guy or has a, personality. Of course he has a personality. Otherwise, but the reality
Oh,
is
yeah.
this.
So you can hit the link, nigga. Don't type in my chat.
Yeah.
I mean, some
No,
people,
because Saul is an intellectual person who gets on my
mhm.
nerves, but I love him. So,
Some
Says
people
when
in
someone's on
Hey,
YouTube
time.
people
call
like
it
you
the
need
it
salt.
factor.
hmm well, Salt has a rebuttal, and he typed it. Stuff, come through, my love. Let me read this, and I'll let
Yeah.
you through.
So
Sinister Salt had a rebuttal. He said, when someone is on top of the pyramid, and is the leader, it doesn't matter what they are teaching and what they aren't, or at all. The point is, they are on the top.
But what is the top?
So,
Because you could be on the top of a pile of shit, and that don't mean that you're the king of anything.
ah!
So it's like it's really on.
You
It's
could be
really
on
to
a
that
pile of
perspective.
shit, nigga, and we don't give a fuck. Come on, Stuff. How you
You
doing,
know.
lovely?
Yeah. I wanted to ask. I got to talk to a carbonation member personally, and
Oh,
actually, I could tell that I don't want to call you by trying.
it's
What do you want me to call you
Canoe.
by?
Yeah,
Canoe.
canoe. Yeah, you can
Canoe. Oh,
call me
canoe.
canoe.
Okay, canoe. Yeah, like I felt like he was intimidated by you. Did you ever feel that from him?
I heard a
Mm,
lot of people say that. I think
mm.
that. Well, I'll tell you one story that let me know that that was accurate. Is because when I first got there, like maybe a month or two into it, this dude thought I was gonna stab him. Like this is like if anyone that knows that was in carbonation or melanation at the time, anyone that was in melanation, they know this story. And this dude thought I was like, he thought I was there gonna like stab him, or he thought he was gonna have to, you know what I'm saying, like, come at me. That's what he said. He's like, I don't know what you were on, man, because I remember, you know what I'm saying, I was just in the jungle, and I remember we were drinking wine that night. And when we drank wine that night, I don't know if there was something in the wine or something like that, but I felt like a real sense of like, I was feeling like, yo, this is just like, you know what I'm saying? I was really on some, you know what I'm saying? I was feeling good. Like when I drink wine, I can get, a little crazy, but I felt good. I wasn't like, trying to like, come at him in no type of way, but I think he felt intimidated because I feel God get loose when I drink, you know what I'm saying? So I'm really on some like, it's cool. I'm cool.
So was you
But not
being like
everyone was.
aggressive, or like was you just being cool?
Nah, I was just being cool, but like, the way that he got other people to respond to him was more like a docile level where they like kind of put their heads
Well,
down. They're kind of like,
Canoe,
yeah,
you were one of the tallest, bigger members there.
Yeah, that
right,
was my next point. I was going to say that I think he was intimidated by you because he usually has people that are a lot smaller than him, and you were one of the few
right,
people. And it was another dude that was bigger than him. One of the dudes that when I watched him, but
yeah.
you were one of the few people that were bigger than him, and I feel like he got intimidated by that. You
I
know.
also used to look him in his eyes too, and I don't think he liked that. A lot of people, especially people like that, they don't like people looking them in their eyes. And I noticed a lot of other members didn't do that. I'm a type of person where I can like the eyes are the windows of the soul. So I'm not. I have no intimidation in me because I used to. I mean, I used to be around real people that used to like be able to take a nigga out. I'm saying martial arts like. So for
Yeah,
me,
you
it
did
wasn't.
MMA, didn't you?
Yeah, exactly. That's what I'm saying. I did MMA and
Yeah.
I did wrestling. So I'm not what I'm saying, I'm around people that really know how to like hand to hand combat, you know what I'm saying, knock a nigga out. So for me, I'm cool with whatever. And I think that me just like looking him in his eyes as a man, like standing up straight, I think that was like that's the thing where he's like, oh shit, we got a problem. Houston, we got a problem. And I'm not even on that type of time. I'm really trying to be a better person. I'm not trying to be like I was in the past. That's another
Yeah,
thing
I could
too, is
tell that.
that
I could tell that.
yeah.
I could tell you're not a violent person, nothing like that. Because and one thing because I don't think he now did he do. I don't think he did you like he did True. Because he was messing with Sheba and stuff like that. Did he do you like that, or did he just like kind of leave you alone?
Was
Observing stuff, Kanoom told us that he brought Sheba to the camp, or Kendra, whatever she goes by.
Yeah, when Kendra
Okay.
first came, yeah, when Kendra first came, it was me that had brought her in there. Granted, whatever happened, she went somewhere else, of course. But yeah, when we first came in, I remember we were in Texas actually. We were about to go back to the tropics. He was like, "Yo, y'all, what I'm saying, everyone's like, Nature Boy got him some wives or whatever like that. He's like, y'all better get you some women. You know what I'm saying? People just sitting around, desert dicks. I'm like, shit, I'm about, you know what I'm saying? I'm about to get me some. You know what I'm saying? So I call,
All
yeah,
right.
me and Sue. Yeah, that's what happened with us. You know what I'm saying? As far as that goes. But yeah. So that's what that was. But as far as that goes, man, yeah, it really just comes down to, an intimidation factor. Definitely. I mean, I know that if what I'm saying, he didn't lay hands on me. That's one thing. I know he like was slapping True around and shit like that. I know he did a lot of things to them, some boys that didn't happen when I was there. So I mean, it really the aggression of as far as people starting to fight each other really happened in Las Vegas. Like when I was in Las Vegas with them, that's when a lot of that stuff started taking place where like people were starting to put hands on each other. You know what I'm saying? But that didn't really happen prior to that. It was not even really a thing. I mean, the most that really happened was wrestling. I remember in Mexico, people were wrestling each other and stuff like that, but that was really nothing. So I mean, yeah, I mean, I think that he did certain things with those members because he knew he could do that, and that he knew that
I think
if
so as
any,
well.
yeah.
Hi,
That's
Salt.
that's usually for most people. If
Hi,
people
we
know
have
that they could get
Sinister
away with
Salt in the
doing something,
building.
they'll do it. Hey, what's going on?
You're welcome. You're welcome,
Um,
Godmother. Hey, baby.
yeah, hey, what's going on? Yeah, as far as what I was saying in the chat, I mean, it's like if you're at the top, it doesn't really matter what it is you're preaching because you made it at the top. Now I get you guys' example. It's like, oh, you could be at the top of a pile of shit, but it's like they're still at the top. And then even to make an example like that, it's like, okay, let's say he was sitting at the top of a pile of shit. You were following him. You followed him, watched him as he sat at the top of that pile of shit. You know what I'm saying? Yeah.
And you
Right.
did. And
And
you
I,
did.
I and I say it like this too. Definitely, I was a part of that, and I'm not gonna take any way of like, oh yeah, no, I wasn't. No, I was right there beside him. I don't say I was fine. I'll say I was walking with him. I say I was right next to him. But I'll say this: if someone is on the top of some shit and they doing something and they're not acting the way they should act, and they're not doing what the way they're doing, a real friend or a real person that really cares about another person, as far as just being a genuine person, you know what I'm saying, would say something. I say my genuine, and this is actually a conversation I had with one of my brothers who was talking about this.
Yeah.
He was saying like, I think that Nature Boy actually looked up to you in a certain way, and the characteristics that you brought, because there were certain ways that I carried myself that maybe he didn't either have that discipline at that moment in time, or he wasn't doing that. And my flaw was not standing up and being like, yo, hey, bro, pulling this dude to the side. Wow, would he listen? Nah, I think his ego's too big for that. I don't think he's gonna listen to a goddamn person but his own self. So he's gonna get himself into some shit like when I was younger. I wasn't listening to nobody. When I was younger, I had to get myself and put my foot in my own mouth when I was younger, until I learned, you know what I'm saying, that I can learn from other people. That's number one thing that normally happens with, you know what I'm saying, younger people, especially that have that big kind of ego, is you either gonna learn it when you're young or you're gonna learn it when you're older. You know what I'm saying? Gratefully, I learned mine when I was younger. I got a lot of my lessons when I was younger, where I could really calm down, sit my ass down somewhere and calm down to where I wasn't, acting all wild and crazy. But I know a lot of people in today's time, they look at those kind of behaviors as like, oh, I do what I want, say what I want, act around like that. And that's kind of like looked up to nowadays. But that can also get you in a lot of trouble, and it can get you a lot of mess if you don't have discipline in certain areas, which he was lacking, which is why he's exactly where he's at right now, which is why I don't use him as an example, as a successful leader. I look at that as someone that had a position, just like a manager may have gotten a position, and then eventually, you know what I'm saying, he no longer has that position because of his actions and the way that he responded. You know what I'm saying? Had he really been on the top of the king, and he would have been able to hold that position. You know what I'm saying? There wouldn't be
Well,
a lot of this.
things that I say when I'm, Kanu, things that I say, it's the fruit of your, what you've sown, right?
Right.
So if you can't produce anything of worth, then you're not what kind of leader or farmer or whatever. What are you?
Well, you're kind of looking at it from a
And
different perspective. It's like
Come
honestly,
on, Sinister. This is Sinister Stoke. You don't have to. You don't have to stay up here, Camille. You don't
let me
have to stay
explain.
up here. But go ahead.
Hold on, let me explain. Let me explain. This day and age, looking at the way people move, looking at the way people act, shit, you could take our own sector for example. You know what I'm saying? Just look at how people are. People don't care if someone's producing something. People don't care if someone is actually doing something. Everybody, not, but the majority of people out there are simply just looking for someone to lead them. They need the responsibility to follow on something else. They don't give a fuck if everything's going to shit. Because bottom line, it ain't their fault because they're following this person. All that I get the whole altruistic sense of it. Oh well, who they teaching? Oh, have they taught the kids this and this and that? Ultimately, all that shit comes second. So okay, as long as this nigga's lead, we'll be okay. Even if things look like they're going to shit. People want to follow. There are way too many followers and not enough leaders these days, and the people who are leaders are so
Coming
fucking
in and out,
corrupt because. Oh, is it still going in now?
It's coming in and out. Yeah.
How about now?
Yeah.
Is it
Let me
good?
see. Let me see. Yeah, you're
Yeah, we
good.
can hear you.
You're good. You're good.
I feel what you're saying too. I feel what you're saying, brother.
Yeah.
Absolutely.
Yeah, people are sheep. Then and they willingly want to be sheep, and it's just like they're gonna. That's why people followed. Not to say you exactly, but that's why people followed and are still to this day intrigued by Eligio Bishop. It was like the fact that he was able to do that to all those people. That's living fucking proof. That's living proof that people will go through anything just as long as they are able to follow someone. They'll look at people as a messiah. They won't hold them accountable for their actions. They'll look over
Mm.
shit. They'll in the back, talk with people about how what they're doing is wrong, but they ain't gonna come up to the front. They ain't gonna come up to the front and
Well,
shout it out like some of us
so
will.
we talked about this. I don't know if you got to listen to the first 2 hours or whatever,
No, I didn't.
but I explained that to Kanoom. I said, and Godmama said that we are allowed to judge as long as it's righteous. And my counterclaim to Godmama was, aren't we all guilty of some flaws?
Because we're guilty, that means we're not allowed to judge.
That's Godmama said we could.
I mean,
So
just
I
just
feel
because you're
some type
just
of
because you're
I feel
guilty of
some type
something.
of way about that. I feel
I
like,
mean, well, see, like
well,
Well,
some
hold on,
could
hold on, hold on. Let me just say this. And then y'all could go. My bad. If I
go
whoop
ahead.
somebody's ass, does it mean any less if I tell people you shouldn't be violent? If an alcoholic comes up to you and tells you, "Hey, you shouldn't drink; it's bad for you," are you going to say, "You know what, you're right," or are you going to be a dumbass and say, "You're an alcoholic; you can't tell me that"? That's dumb nigga shit. That's stupid. Just because somebody is flawed doesn't mean they can't pass judgment on someone else for doing something wrong. Wrong is wrong no matter who the fuck is doing it. Wrong is wrong no matter who's calling it out. All that shit, it doesn't matter. I hate when people try to do that. It's stupid to think that way, and that's why the
Right.
world is the way it is these days.
I
That's
say
why I
I
feel
say
bad
it's
for none
only
of these motherfuckers.
I say it's only I say it's only I say it's only I agree with you. As far as being able to, yeah, we should, especially as men. And I say this, we should correct
oh,
each other. We should you know what I'm saying, as much as
let
we
me get
can.
off the panel. Let the men speak. Let me get off the panel.
Here
Okay.
comes the misandry. But yeah, go ahead,
Yeah.
bro.
So I was saying, we should correct each other behind the scenes and protect each other as much. And this is just my personal perspective as black men.
Yeah,
As much flack as we're getting today, you can see how we've been, portrayed in the media, how we've been portraying ourselves in the media, and how the image of the black man has been put out there. I think that we should be correcting each other behind the scenes and then doing as much to protect each other in front of the scenes. Now, I'm not saying defend this bullshit that this brother did and stuff like that. No, not what I'm saying. And we should be able to tell a motherfucker what it is. You know what I'm saying? Because we need more of that.
yeah,
And the problem is we didn't have a lot of the younger generation didn't have certain examples of that to be able to be like, oh, that's what it is. Because whether we like it or not, we are learning, what I'm saying, from previous generations. We learn certain actions, certain behavioral patterns. Everything that we're doing right now is a product of our environment and the things that we learn in our environment. Even the very speech and the language that we're speaking right now is a product of our environment. It's just a simple fact that we didn't have certain examples. So some people are coming out like this, some people are coming out like that, left and right, doing all kinds of whack, crazy whoop, 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 because we never had good examples. You feel what I'm saying? And this is where a lot of people get trapped up in certain, ways of behaving and thinking because of
Well,
the lack.
could I ask
Yeah.
you something?
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah, I just wanted to ask you something real quick. Okay, so as far as that goes, would you do you think it's right? Because I think it's right to do this. I want to know what your thought is on it. Do you think it's right to hold people accountable for their own stupidity? And to give an example, say something wrong is happening to someone. They're not smart enough to figure it out. But years, maybe a couple decades down the line, they do figure out that that's what's going on. Would you still hold them accountable? Or is it just, oh, well, they weren't smart enough to know. I'm going to go ahead and give them a pass for that. They didn't know what was going on. Like, what do you think about that?
Well, I'll say this. I wouldn't even necessarily say smart enough. Some people know what's going on, and some people just neglect. There's a lot of
Yeah.
neglect to it because I wouldn't want to say some people aren't. Some people are very intelligent and they do know about certain things that are going on, but some people will just ignore it. Just like people in the hood, they see people selling drugs all day, every day, killing their community, doing horrible shit
Yep.
that to the community. But this just people ignore it because hey, it's just casual, it's normal. Oh,
Well,
he a
they
dope
either
dealer.
ignore it or guess what? They follow they follow little acts. You know what I'm saying? They follow little policies, little street nigga policies, like the no snitching policy. So
Right.
you don't want me to call the police for you
Mhm.
robbing me, and if I call the police, you're going to come and kill me because I called the police on you for robbing me. What type
You
of
feel me?
bullshit nigga shit is that? But yeah, go
That
ahead,
is
OBS. My bad, bro. My bad. I apologize.
Yeah, no, you good. Man, where I'm at, I don't know if the connection working or not. Can you hear me?
Yeah, we can hear you.
Yeah.
Very clear. Okay, yeah. So I missed a lot of that conversation y'all just had because the area I was in, but yeah, yeah, I'm still listening, whatever. So basically, what was y'all saying before? Something about people allowing stuff to happen.
No, we were basically talking about when it comes to somebody doing something that we know is wrong and being able to call it out, being able to, like, if someone, you know what I'm saying, is selling drugs in the community, right? And we know
Gotcha.
this person a dope dealer, he a drug dealer, right? But we following, like you said, certain street codes and little laws that we have as far as no snitching. You can't snitch because you looked at a bitch, and if you snitches get stitches. You know all the rules that we abide by when it comes to street code and street law. But at the
Right.
same time, are we just going to let that fly? Or are we going to be able to speak out it, call upon it, you know what I'm saying? Be able to bring that up in the community, do something about it, you know what I'm saying? Like, what are we really doing? Are we just letting it slide? Or are we going to really, we going to act upon it? Feel me?
And
Hey,
this
this
was
goes for
in some ways.
transgenders too, gentlemen. Transgenders too.
Okay, I be started about y'all small trains. My bad. Anyway, let me just catch myself up. But no, what I was gonna say is small transgenders. Like, I don't know what they got to do with this, but what I'm saying is it's a lot of things, even myself included. I mean, I've let it slide. I mean, I ain't no snitch type person, like the words you use,
Right,
but certain things you would tell other people about. You know, like the carbonation thing, right? Like I feel like okay, like one thing, and also by the way, you the only nigga I was like, I ain't gonna fight that nigga. I would never fight that nigga. But no, like this nigga that, like, I feel like literally, like, you may be more of a protector if you felt that way in that situation, because he did a lot of fuck shit to people,
right,
but he wouldn't do that to you type shit when, or in some ways.
right.
But yeah, I feel like I don't know where Salt went.
So what do you
Yeah.
at? Salt, drop down real quick. I'll be right back. So do you feel like Kanoom should have beat Bishop's ass? Is what you saying?
Hell fucking yeah. And not even like that's nothing too, like, not even because like the shit he did to him, but it was like literally when I seen him do True like that, I wanted to beat his ass. But of course, like, he was in a different country. You know what I'm saying? So, but yeah.
Yeah, that
So
true
Kanoom, he's
situation.
asking why you didn't beat Bishop's ass, why you didn't stand up for something like that right then and there.
Right.
Is
Well,
what
as
he
far as that thing that goes on with True, I wasn't there for that. But what I will say is that, yeah, as far as him with because I think the only thing that I feel like I should have definitely interjected in and should have stood up for was that time, you know what I'm saying, in the circle where he was, beating on his woman. Mind you, no excuse, but I was heavily intoxicated that day. I couldn't even stand on my feet, and I actually had my own shit going on with some other dudes, with motherfucking Pice and some of the other dudes. They were trying to say that I was like being aggressive towards them, and I was like coming at them. I was actually being that whole night. I was being accused for, you know what I'm saying, basically like coming at some of the Warriors where they thought I was being like overly, you know what I'm saying, aggressive with them. And that's how the whole situation happened where, oh, you gotta, you know what I'm saying, isolate yourself and you know what I'm saying, isolate yourself for 5 days or whatever like that. When that whole situation happened where people were saying, oh, Tron was put in the closet or whatever like that. Actually, what happened was I had the choice to leave or stay and tough it out. You know what I'm saying? It wasn't like oh, get in there, you have to be in there. Nah, it was like all right, well, you can either, you know what I'm saying, leave and, you know what I'm saying, do your own thing, you know what I'm saying, or, tough it out and take the punishment of what it is, you know what I'm saying, being in an organization. And at that time, we were in the idea or quote unquote mind state of putting laws down for certain actions for people, you know what I'm saying, in the quote unquote community, if you want to call it like that.
a
Now,
cult, babe. A cult.
we cult,
Yeah.
right? Cult, you know what I'm
He
saying, or
said
the
he was putting
environment.
laws down.
Well, because we're all a part of a cult. We all are internet, but that was a cult.
No, I feel you. Yeah, so that's the whole situation like that. And I was like more or less it was more or less me proving, myself to the organization at that time to be like, oh, I ain't no big, you know what I'm saying? Like it was a whole mind thing on my, because I could have just walked out the door and left, you know what I'm saying? I could like fuck this shit, you know. And that's part of what I really felt at that time. But my investments and the money I put in there and just the time spent and all that shit that was coming to my subconscious, I was like, damn, I invested so much time in this
I
bullshit.
really find it funny, Canoe. I really find it
Right.
funny where people think that they like, okay, they're not in the cult of Bishop, and they can. First of all, you're in the cult of Bank of America.
Mm,
You're in the cult of Apple, or you're in the. And I'm not trying to be, funny. I'm just
right.
saying that there are many people who will overlook child labor to get
Hmm.
their Nikes.
Yeah.
There are people that will overlook the fucking African abuse to get their diamonds. There are
Hmm.
people that will overlook a lot of corporate demonic shit to spread a spotlight on Tiny Bishop. Sure will. Hmm.
Hmm.
Sure will.
That's the
Hmm.
truth, you know,
Hmm.
and that's the truth
And
about it.
Bishop is sick because Bishop likes to lie to people about he's healing them. So, Kanum, I'm gonna get ugly real quick, baby, because I've been
Do
drinking.
your thing. Do your
Here we
thing.
go.
So I'm gonna get a little ugly. Oh, yes, here I go. Uh, well, no, because Bishop likes to say, "Well, he doesn't say I'm Dr. Sebi, but he says, "Oh, I can heal you, and you just need to eat right, and I'll just starve you, and you can come down here, and I'll do this, that, and the other." Those are things that Bishop likes to lie about. And then when you get there, it's not a regiment of greens, this, that. No, you're hungry. You're up all night. You're deprived. You are not obtaining the nutrients or quote unquote knowledge. It's batshit craziness. Okay. And
Hmm.
you're hungry on top of that. Hungry. Like, if you were eating 3 square meals a day, do you think you would sit and listen to Bishop in your fucking face all fucking night? While he's drunk and he's sniffing coke and he's doing dope and he's popping his pills and he's drinking. Do you think if you had 3 squared meals a day that you would be listening to this fucking nigga in your face? No.
I
But
agree.
if you had 1 meal a day and you're hungry, and if I listen to this nigga, I'll get to eat again here soon. And if I blah blah blah, maybe I'll get to be a lucky one and get up and lay up in his bed. Hmm. What do you think about that, babe?
From the mentality of a woman, I mean, shit, like that's why. I mean, yeah, that's a real thing. I think that a lot of people's mindset probably was like that. You know what I'm saying? Like, damn, if I just, go along with the get along, like I think True was saying, he's like, go along, get along, I'll get my meal, get my course in and stuff like that. Like, I think that could have definitely been the mentality for a lot of people. You know what I'm saying?
And I'm
And
not
yeah,
talking
Yeah,
three
me.
squared. I don't eat meat, so I'm not talking 3 squared. No breakfast and eggs and bacon and shit. I'm not eating that. But I'm just
but I
saying, if you had a nourished body,
right. I'll say this though. I don't like the time period where people were really like going through that, like the quote unquote starvation thing. I think that was, and I'll just speak for myself. There was only like a small period of time where I even ever felt like I was like on some like, yo, this is getting kind of serious. You know what I'm saying? But after that, like it wasn't, that wasn't not and that wasn't like like I wouldn't say that was a major theme or even a majority of the time. That definitely happened, and there was definitely like a good month or 2 months that, or even 3 months that where that did take place. But being there for like 3 plus years, we say 4 years, that 4 years, you know what I'm saying, that wasn't like a theme throughout the whole thing. So I wouldn't say that was the driving even motive for everybody, especially not myself. But I would say that for certain people definitely could have been, because some people weren't there as long too. But some people that weren't even there as long, some of them when they left made a very big statement. You know what I'm saying? As far as like, oh, this is what happened, because serious things did happen. So yeah, people that were there for a short amount of times, but when they left, that little bit of experience that they had got blown up to be
mhm.
talked about, and that's where it made people think like, oh, this is everyone's experience, when they might have only been there for like 1 or 2 months of a rough patch. You feel what I'm saying? To where that actually happened. You
And
know?
personally, I feel like that was a manipulation tactic that he did to y'all, controlling what a person eat, what they can eat and stuff like that. Like, you should be able to eat whenever you want to, especially when he ate whenever he wanted to. So in
Hmm.
those situations, did you notice like how he used to snack on peanuts or whatever he did whenever he wanted to, but then he told y'all when y'all could and couldn't eat. Like, did
Yeah,
that?
like that took place, man. Like I'll say this, like when I first got there, it was none of that shit. You feel what I'm saying? When I first got there, everyone was eating what they want. Like if people wanted food or whatever
Yeah,
like that, it would just be go
Canoe
like
just said he's been there for
yeah.
4 years and only like 3 months was it that way.
And yeah,
Mm.
but I had to answer the question like to the brother, like, yeah, like it I remember when it got like that. You know what I'm saying? Because what started to happen is after a while, there was a period of time where, and I wouldn't even say it like people were taking advantage of him because obviously the money that was coming wasn't from him, so it's like people weren't abusing his funds, but he started to notice how where the funds start slipping up. You know what I'm saying? That means his shit starts slipping up, meaning like, okay, well, if I can't have my luxuries and everyone else be good, you know what I'm saying, then I guess I have to like put some
Oh no,
regimens.
I remember
Yeah.
him at the grocery store saying, "Hit my cash up so we can purchase these groceries."
Exactly right, because what I'm saying, it got to a point where I'm saying he wasn't able to have certain luxuries that he wanted or he had was used to, so things start slipping up. So now that's where this is where the leadership comes into play, which is this is all just a test. Leadership comes into test whether you're a man of a household or you're a group or whatever it is, or if you're a CEO or a boss. This is what happens where you get tested, where it's like, okay, now you have to make a slim sacrifice for the group to see whether or not what I'm saying, you have good leadership skills to be able to be like, all right, so I'm gonna have to like cut back on this because I know that it's not about me. No big I's and no little U's. This is about the collective. So if you're not thinking about the collective, then you're really not a good leader. But you can be looked at as a leader online because you're an entertainer. And there's a difference between leaders and entertainers. And a lot of people weren't there to be in this
I agree.
person's, you know what I'm saying? So it's a whole different perspective. That's why I don't agree with the whole, looking at someone on top perspective, because that was entertainment online. It wasn't what was happening behind the scenes. You know what I'm saying? So there's a difference between what a leader actually is when you're around that person, you know what I'm saying, when you're with them.
Well,
Ver-
Canoe, you did portray at one point that you were a follower. You did portray that at one
Absolutely,
point.
yes. I see to the public. Yes, there was a portraying of the following of what was said. I even said that. Oh yeah, following. You know what I'm saying. But at the same time too, I look back on it now, and it really wasn't first and foremost. It's really impossible for you to follow. You can either walk beside somebody and what they're doing because you're applying that into your life. But the reality is that you lead yourself, and that's the truth that I've come to in my reality is that no matter who it is, whether it's your parents or anybody, they can only guide you and give you wisdom. Whether you start to subscribe that to your life and you start to abide by that, that's on you. I didn't have a gun in my face or nothing like that. It wasn't like I was being held down and saying, oh, like, what I'm saying, they got waterboarding me or something like that. It was no, what I'm saying, tactics to control people on a physical level like that when I was there. So I can only say that I led myself into my experiences by, what I'm saying, being like, okay, this is what I want to be a part of. You feel what I'm saying?
Mhm.
So yes, definitely I was, portraying certain things of that nature to the general public. Mind you, was that really how I felt or how I was, moving behind the scenes on a regular basis when I was there? That wasn't recorded. Well, that's obviously not the case. But at the end of the day, I can definitely see what you're saying to the world and how I was presenting myself. It was definitely could have been seen like that, and that's where I can take responsibility for myself and how I was portraying, because that ultimately brought a lot of people in. How people displayed themselves at the organization is why a lot of people came in. You feel what I'm saying? And a lot of people came in because they were there. They were a part of the depiction, the projection of what it was on the outside looking in, not on the inside looking out. 'Cause on the inside, it was some other fuck shit. You know what I'm saying? But the reality is that that's part of it. So every person has to take
Mhm.
responsibility for that. You know?
Hmm.
I feel you on this. Definitely feel you.
Yeah. hmm That's real stuff,
So,
man.
so do you think this is like playing a part on your life in the future, or or are you just over the carbonation or melanation thing?
I'm definitely over it. Like I'll say this, I'm definitely over it. I'm not gonna say that it's not something that's people are gonna look at, but I'll look at it like this. I say it's a good experience, and it's good because you get to learn. Like for me, I got to learn a lot of things that are gonna, what I'm saying, help facilitate me in my development as I'm, going along in my journey, and the things that what I'm saying, I'm stepping into as I'm moving. So I can only, what I'm saying, take what I needed from those experiences and just become a better person. So That's why I never like if I see someone trip or I see someone stumble or I see someone fall. The last thing you're gonna see me do is like really laugh or point at that person because I know that at any point in time I could be put in a situation to where now I'm at judgment. You know what I'm saying? I'm over here fucking judging someone else. When mind you, I get put in a situation and I'm not prepared or even ready in myself, and now I'm over here stumbling and tripping over on my bullshit because I wasn't, what I'm saying, prepared. So that's why I never really look, as crazy as someone is, I always just take lessons and learn. You know what I'm saying?
Right,
That's when
right.
that
And
fear comes from.
when I asked that question, I'm trying. So I'm saying it better in a better way now. Do you think you experienced like you still going through trauma from that situation?
Oh no, that see the thing about me is that I never really experienced trauma from it. Just because what I'm saying, my mind's already pushed to certain limits from things that I went through. So for me, it wasn't trauma. It was more or less just me like sitting back and experiencing certain things and really just seeing how I could have been better implementing myself in speaking up and saying certain things and not just kind of riding the back or just sitting on the oh yeah just watching things happen. Oh, I'm detached. I'm not a part of this. Oh, that's happened to you. Oh, it's not happened to me. You know what I'm saying? Like type of vibe. That the more I
So
could see.
there was no trauma with Mama Dia. There was no trauma with Malia. There was no you didn't feel any trauma with
Well,
that.
well, Malia, I don't. That's what I'm saying. I don't know a lot of the things that happened with Malia personally. When I got out, I started to hear certain things that happened, but he never like hit her in front of me. Now the hitting of Malia and some of that stuff from what I understand, that's stuff
Well,
that
Malia
happened.
went to the hospital because she got bit on the titty. It wasn't because she got
Oh,
beat.
oh, well, I wasn't even there for that. That's what I'm saying. A lot of the stuff that happened for Malia, I was
So, but
out.
there was no trauma with the Mama Dia stuff. There was no trauma with the. There was no trauma. You didn't think everything.
Now I'll say for Mama Dia, Mama Dia was a situation to where when she passed, and I looked at it like, she definitely passed, and it was a thing that when I say trauma, I'm saying it didn't disturb my soul in a way that I was like, feeling like crazy about it. I took responsibility in the sense of like, okay, she passed, and I definitely could have done better with even understanding the cases that were going on with her medically, but I wasn't informed on certain things because when people join they don't reach out to me. You know what I'm saying? So it's like I don't know the conditions or the cases that go on with these people when they're coming here. Had I known that more about the situation, I would have inquired more about, what I'm saying? All right, so what's going on? Is there something like, else that we can do, what I'm saying, on a medical tense? And I would have definitely brought that up more because that's something that I have definitely been passionate about is, what I'm saying, being more of like a herbalist and a healer. I started my journey with Dr. Sebi. So I would definitely have inquired more about that because I was not informed to that degree. I wasn't aware. So when things did happen on that and things came out that she had heart conditions, things of that nature, I looked at it and definitely it was something that happened and it's something that did, I did feel sad. I definitely felt, I'm like, dang, this could have definitely been a different way. But I wouldn't say that it was trauma to me. I lost a lot of people in my life to cancer. A lot of things that have happened when people have passed away. So to me, it was like that's just another experience that happened, and it definitely brought back memories of people that have passed away in my life. So trigger, it did trigger certain experiences of people that have
So
passed
maybe it
away.
wasn't trauma. Maybe it was traumatic.
Yeah, it was a well, I just try to stay away from the trauma and traumatic word because then it makes it seem like it was like, oh, this is a tragedy, like this is the worst possible thing that could have happened to her. I think personally that because she wasn't always up with us, like standing in, what I'm saying, on the square, like what I'm saying, arms behind her back. It wasn't like all like that for her, what I'm saying, to those degrees. I honestly think that for the most part, some of the parts she did feel happy, with some of the experience that she did. She wasn't like there crying and stuff. I don't know what she's been through in her life, so I don't know if that was like a better situation versus like some of the things she's been through. So maybe it wasn't that bad for her. I can't speak for her. You know what I'm saying? Rest in power to Mama Dia. But what I will say is that from my understanding, from the outside looking in, not inside of her mind, it seemed as if she did enjoy some of the experiences that she went through just being there. It didn't seem like she was, in duress or complete stress as if it was like, oh my God, I can't stand being here. It didn't seem like that from what I've seen when I was just being there
You
with
know
her.
what though? I'm glad that Mama Gia got to live out her life wonderfully, but I am harboring some type of emotion. I'm harboring an emotion like I wish that it wouldn't have been with melanation. But
Hmm.
who am I?
Oh, I
Who am
mean,
I to say you deserve better?
hmm.
Who am I to say
Yeah,
that?
definitely, definitely. I mean, yeah.
Or you deserve worse, or this wasn't right. Like who am I? Who
Yeah,
am
it's definitely a personal perspective, but I agree with you. I think that there could have been better. There could have been better situations for her. I think certain things that could have happened that would have been able to help her not. You know what I'm saying? Transition so
Well,
soon.
I mean, can we sit up here because on one half on the block, there's people in my chat, there's people on my panel that will say, "Oh well, if a person wanted to go, let them go," right?
Yeah.
And then on the other half, there's people that would be like, "Well, she shouldn't have gone."
Right. Right.
Right. And it's like, well, people, we can't dictate lives for other people. I can't
Right.
dictate Kanoom's life. Kanoom damn sure can't dictate my life.
Hmm.
Okay. So, but that doesn't mean that I can't love you.
Now she put the damn on there. She said, "For damn shit." And I said, "She said, yeah, no,
Okay. But
no, I
damn
feel you,
sure.
absolutely."
But
No,
that
that's what
doesn't
I'm
mean I
saying.
can't
Mm-hmm.
love. That doesn't mean I can't love you. That doesn't mean I can't have conversations with you. I don't need to have you up here and, rough you up and hang you up. No, baby. Speak freely.
Yeah.
And I'll love you regardless of what you say tonight.
Right, and I love people just the same, even if someone was to hang, because I've been hung up by so many of those channel holders. Like I always, even in the midst of that, I always be, what I'm saying, putting out a positive perspective about it, because at the end of the day, we on the internet. You know what I'm saying? I can't grab you through the screen and pull you over here and say, "What the fuck you say to me, nigga?" I can't do that. You know what I'm saying? So it's like, it's cool, man. Like I think that everyone has a right to their own perspective, and I love hearing perspectives. I love hearing, what I'm saying, the differences, because that's what makes reality unique. You know what I'm saying? Is that everyone has their own personal perspective about situations and how they should be handled. And this is why I love having platforms like this as topic of discussions, just like the brothers have been talking about. This is good because what we're speaking on isn't so much just the situation; it's about how men and women should handle each other in a community setting. You know what I'm saying? Like, how should we? This is stuff that we should be talking about as far as how we should be able to conduct ourselves in communities, because we see a lot of activity being happen behind the scenes or in public that be taking place, but it seems as if people haven't necessarily found a way of how we should be handling type of situations, especially some things like this. And just coming to an understanding should bring a lot of clarity and even a lot of, you know, inspiration for
Well,
people to
I
be like,
think speaking on it and giving is just putting a name on it, not a real name, but just addressing it goes a long way.
absolutely, 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 and it's
And
good.
I feel like I want to ask another question, if that's okay, Lurker. So basically, I wanted his response on this. So basically, I feel like a lot of people that Nature Boy picks up are, and I said in the chat before that they are in unfortunate situations, they desperate, and they're going through mental issues. Do you
Mm.
feel that that's what he does? Do you think that's what he does? Have you noticed that?
I say this. I think that a lot of the people, and I've noticed a lot of the people prior to, like, I mean, some of the people in the beginning, obviously, I don't think so much was the case, because I think people were, if anything, in a mental state. I think people were just fed up with the system. When from the beginning, when I joined, it was more or less people were fed up with the system, and we're looking for a new route. And we're collectively coming together, you know what I'm saying, to be like, hey, you got funds, I got funds. Let's come together and let's go, over to this person's land. This person's like, hey, I got some land. We all come together. That's how I came in. But I would say for other people, yeah, I think that it you know what I'm saying, people going through certain things on a different level, especially the younger generation, to where they're just fed up with their own reality, and or they're going through their reality and they're just lost in the sense of not knowing direction, looking, seeking, you know what I'm saying, and trying to find something. They might have been tapping in a little bit of the Hotep, Peace Hotep, you know what I'm saying, community, or whatever part of the sector of the internet that they tapped into, finding this dude online who was speaking some stuff, you know, had some really good convincing videos out there like, hey, yo, I'm out here in nature, look at us, you know what I'm saying, you got 20 black people all walking together. The depiction and the perception of what it looked like from the outside looking in, I mean, that's like, you know, salesmanship at its top tier. You know what I'm saying? I'm just greasing it up a little bit. But what I'm saying is, you know, to the outside looking in, it's like, that's better than what I'm dealing with. And we in the nature too. You know what I'm saying? We in Mexico, we in Tulum, we in Costa Rica. You know what I'm saying? We hitting waterfalls and diving off cliffs, and we jumping in the water, and we promoting a nature movement and a nature aspect of life, way of living. You know, that right there could definitely capture the minds of people that are could be in emotional turmoil. They could be in whatever situation that they're in, and whatever it is that they're in going through, it's better for them to go and live a lifestyle like that than to live in whatever kind of situation that they're in that moment in time. I can't speak for everyone because I don't know what everyone was going through, but what I have grasped
Mhm.
from each individual from talking to them is that it seems as if each individual was going through something different and had a completely different perspective than I think what a lot of people online would like to classify it as. Because I think a lot of people online would like to classify everybody in a you know, on the same boat as, oh, these people were mentally, you know, in distress, they were going through something, and that's just what it was. Where that may have taken you know, that may be a piece of it. I can't say that that was the totality from everyone. I can think that could just be a small. I mean, everyone right now, people are at their jobs unhappy right now, mentally at distress. Like, nigga, I want to
Mhm.
get the fuck out this work. You know what I'm saying? So, to a degree, everyone's going through that in different degrees. But it's just about what people choose to do with that. You know what I'm saying? That energy and what they feel like they want to do with their lives, whether it be go to college or continue working at their job. Or
And then the
just,
reason I asked that is because I think that no offense, but I think you probably, I don't know what your life was beforehand. I heard things, but I don't know if it's true or not. But if I'm not mistaken, you wasn't living. You know, you didn't have the perfect life before you went to carbonation. Is that, would you agree with that?
I'll say this because I'm not gonna disrespect nobody that brought me up. As I was growing up, I had a house, I had a home, I had people that really didn't understand me but did their best to take care of me. So definitely, it was something of that nature. But even someone doing their best to try their best to take care of you, feed you, clothe you, and house you, if you're not getting a sense of connection mentally, you can still feel like you're not being seen. You can still feel like you're
Right.
not being heard. You can still feel a lack of disconnection. I grew up around white people and Haitians. You know what I'm saying? A lot of Haitians where I was at, and like Jamaicans that came off the boat, and then a lot of just, you know, white people. So it was like a collage of that kind of those type of people that I was around that, you know, I was, you know, influenced by and grew up by. So for me personally, I felt just a lack of connection because of my speeding evolution in my awareness to life, reality, and you know, the things and the mysteries behind life. That's where my, you know, curiosity went to want to leave and live a different lifestyle. So I would say that, you know, it wasn't like I was down bad, you know, living out of a shoe. You know what I'm saying? Nothing like that. But I definitely went through things. You know what I'm saying? Like when I say things, I mean I've, you know what I'm saying, I've
Do
sold,
you
I've done some.
do you
Yeah.
think Bishop saw that and took advantage of that from you and others?
Not me, because I never displayed anything to him online. I actually, it's funny how I came there. I came there. He didn't even know anything about me, really. I saw him online. I'm not gonna say he didn't know anything about me, but I'll say when he was online, he used to go live. He used to just have like maybe 10 people in his live on Facebook. Like he didn't have nobody was really paying attention to him. When I saw what he was doing, there's like a couple likes on, you know, Facebook. It wasn't really a big thing. So what he was doing is he was talking about, you know, movement. Also, this other brother named Phoenix, which is where he shared a post with this guy named Phoenix who was saying, hey, I want people to come to, you know, Honduras. We can go live off the land, yada yada yada. That's what Phoenix was preaching. And then H adopted that and was like, hey, we can promote this as a movement and get people to go out on the land. I got somebody that's talking about land. We can go out here, whoop, whoop, whoop. That's when things started to spiral into like the effect where people now are talking about, okay, let's all come together collectively and let's go, you know what I'm saying, to this land, and let's go, you know, be in tune with nature. You feel what I'm saying? So what I did is I hit him up when I was like mid flight. I was like in mid-flight. I bought my ticket to Costa Rica. I was like, whether these people pick me up or not, Melanation at the time, whether they pick me up or not, nigga, I'm going to, you know what I'm saying? I'm going to Costa Rica. I don't care. I got a backpack, a tent, and I'm gonna make it by any means necessary. That's the kind of energy I was moving off. I didn't even like consult with them months before or even days before. No, I had booked my plane ticket already. That's just what it was. So he could have said yes, he could have said no. They could have said yes, they could have. That's how the energy I was moving on. So, that's the difference. You know what I'm saying, in perspective when it comes like that, because my movement, as far as when I moved, was like, I'm gonna go out here and win by any means necessary. I'm going to live in Costa Rica by any means necessary. Feel me?
Mhm.
So, if that answered the question, did I answer the question? Like, I don't know if
Yes, you did. That I
okay,
mean, yes, you did.
Yeah, I think so as well.
okay.
But yeah, having you good now, do you have proper shelter and stuff like that right now?
Yes.
Absolutely, absolutely. Yes, yes. Got me and my goddess. We out here. We handling things. We doing good things. Yeah, she like I've really been. I mean, I went through a homeless experience, which I know I had told y'all online. I was completely by choice, but when I did it, I was more or less on some like. I don't even remember how it even got out that I was homeless, but maybe I made a video and I was just like, oh, I'm just out here rocking it or whatever. But I chose to go through that experience. And those experiences because it brought a lot of clarity to me on the aspect of what it would be like to not have shelter, what it would be like to, not have, food, at your beckoning call, you know what I'm saying, in every moment. I went through that experience. I could have gone back to where I came from and, just gone the easy route. But I felt like a sense of, as a man, I felt a sense of responsibility for me and my reality to pull myself up from my bootstraps and make some shit happen. You feel what I'm saying? And I think
Yep.
that that's really where it kicked in for me. Other people may have
Yeah,
had little safety nets and they wanted to go back to, but nah, I didn't choose that route.
yeah, I feel you. But I definitely want. I'm definitely interested what Salt got to say.
Absolutely.
Oh, hey, for the most part, I agree with everything. I agree with their Canoom. I don't want to mispronounce your name, Canoom.
Yes.
Okay, yeah, yeah. For the most part, I agree with everything he said. All that shit, about people having mental disorders, about basically them needing like honestly all that shit to me it ties into one word: freedom. They looked at him, he seemed like he had everything together, he was saying and showing them things that they had been thinking in their mind and that they had been wishing for. I heard a couple of the women left their own children to go over there and be with him, so obviously they felt that their children were a burden. I feel like many of those people just in a sense really wanted a specific type of freedom where they didn't have to worry about anything. They were just with a bunch of like-minded people, and things just turned sour. Dude let his narcissism show. He went after a specific type of person. You know what I'm saying? And in the end, it didn't work out for him. It's unfortunate. However, at the same time, it still speaks to the state. I believe it speaks to the state society is in. Well, with everyone needing to follow someone, even if that person begins to show some serious character flaws to
Right.
the point of it's like to their own detriment. And not only that, fear I believe also plays a big part in it, because it's like, okay, you went out there following your quote unquote dream. You went out there on the basis of hope for that specific type of freedom, and you ended up gaining this specific type of fear, which is, well, the bridge to my whole life has been burned. This is all I have. So if I have to starve a little bit, so be it. If I gotta sit outside the room and listen to my girl get fucked by some other nigga, so be it. I can't go back to what there was before. You know what I'm saying? And
Mm.
so yeah, it's like I said, it just speaks to the ways I believe society is. People are so desperate to have a leader. They're at this point almost willing to follow anyone, even if that someone lives in a fucking jungle. To where I'm just that shit just trips me out. Um,
Mm.
it's unfortunate, but I'm glad you doing good. Shit, hey,
Yeah.
so some of them people still seem like they got some serious issues that they need to work through, dude. Hopefully, I feel like it's a little wrong to say, but after everything I've heard that he's done, like, yo, if dude gets stabbed to death in prison, he got exactly what the hell he deserved. He built up a certain
Hmm.
amount of karma to where it's like, yo, you got some sort of. I feel like he's got some sort of dark destiny ahead that's just going to. I don't know. I feel like he's too narcissistic to ever really commit self deletion. But at the same time, I feel like the things that he's done somehow, some way, someone's going to hear about what he's done and get to him. Because I heard shit was happening with children and everything. So, well, let me ask you something. Kanoom,
Yeah,
say you were to, in a sense, wrestle power from him. What do you believe would be the most effective way to do it?
wrestle power. You
If
mean
that,
like
yeah, in a sense of like if you were to have decided, you know what, I think I should be the leader. This guy's fucking up. If you were to, in a way, wrestle power from Bishop, how would you have done it?
Well, with that person, the only thing about it is I wouldn't want to wrestle power from him because the people that were there at that specific time were like they were like you said, it's worshipers. These are not people that are looking for common sense. You know what I'm saying, movements and moving from common sense and judgment. They're moving from the pinnacle of just wanting to be up under this specific person. I'm not going to say for everybody, but I would say even if I was to make the most sense, because there's been people that came were making sense of certain situations. Even if I were to try to make the most sense of certain things, and try to move like that, it
You
just
would have got jumped.
it wouldn't do anything for him.
You
So
would have got jumped.
well,
Yeah, yeah.
either that, either the jump thing that could have happened. Definitely that could have happened. I mean, I wouldn't say everyone would have got in, but I think some of those niggas definitely would have. I remember one time. This is just before I got into the situation where I was in isolation. I remember one time. He was saying in front of everyone. He's like, "Man, we may not be able to take you. Maybe not be able to take you one on one, but we could all get you." You know what I'm saying? He was saying that in front of. I remember Boomy was there for that.
Exactly what I said earlier. He's
Yeah.
intimidated by you.
Oh yeah, yeah, he was definitely afraid of you to some degree.
Cause I was like, man, my thing is like this. Like, I mean, shit. I know I can get jumped, but I know I'm gonna get someone's teeth. I don't know who it is, but shit.
And he would
Mm-hmm.
want that. Honestly, I don't think. I think because of like basically, if he was able to beat, basically, if you start beating his ass, they would have got scared and backed off. I think they would have tried to jump you, but I mean, it's a good thing you didn't do that. You know, nobody want to get jumped. It's a good thing you
Yeah,
didn't do that, but
Well,
yeah.
it wouldn't have fared well for them.
Right. I
you,
mean,
you know him better than me. You know all them better than me. But I'm gonna just go ahead and take a guess. Like, even if it was just calling him out in front of everybody for
right.
leadership, would
Yeah.
something like that still not have played over? Like, look, like if you had just said honestly, look, I don't think you're leading us well. These bad things are happening. I'm pretty sure not everybody agrees with it, so I challenge you to the role of leader. Maybe like in even in physical combat, because I believe, no, not even I believe. I know for a fact that in order to, you know what I'm saying, show people who's a better leader, sometimes, you know, violence has a way of settling matters. It takes an extremely high level of empathy to commit an act of extreme cruelty. I feel like if you had committed an act of extreme cruelty upon that man in front of everyone after he accepted a challenge, they probably would have thought, you know what, this is a stronger leader.
Yeah. I think that
And that's
I
where,
definitely.
well, he did, that's where his manipulation tactics came in heavy. He would isolate, he would
Yeah.
manipulate, he would starve, he would castrate, not castrate,
Damn,
but
that's fucked up.
Yeah.
Yeah, I was gonna say he castrated somebody, but damn, that's
no,
fucked up.
no, no, he wouldn't castrate, but he would like throw people out to be by themselves.
Yeah. And there was, and this is the thing. There was a time. There was a time where he, and I think True was talking about this. One time where he had everybody come to the front and center. He was like, "Who wants to fight me?" Because a lot of the men, they were like, they were had thought about fighting him or something like that. They were like, "Who wants to fight me? Here, anyone want to fight me?" Like this was back in Mexico when things weren't as serious as they were now, so there really wasn't too much of like a
Back in
motivative response.
Palenque.
Not
Hmm.
too much of a motivated response in my end to want to. But he got up and he was like, "Man, who all wants to fight me? Anyone wants to fight me?" He was just in his like guerrilla mode. He what I'm saying, he put the coconut oil. He put the coconut oil on. This nigga really got up out of there, had that seat, and he was like, "Man, y'all want to fight me? Who wants to fight me?" And then a lot of the brothers back down. They were like, "Nah, we ain't." You know what I'm saying? We ain't trying to do anything. That's how pretty much everyone was coming. And
Because he was
I was
scared.
on some. Yeah, there was a lot of intimidation, and there was a lot of scary shit to it. You know what I'm saying? And my thing about it is, I've never been my instructor when I was going through the the art of learning how to fight, then one thing they teach you is like, avoid a fight as much as possible. But if someone hits you, like if someone like slapped you, like they slapped you, like if someone slaps you, or when Solar got slapped, when someone slaps you, they hit you, you know what I'm saying, or they do something to an extent to where, what I'm saying, you feel like you got to retaliate, nigga, all the chains come loose. So I never felt like it was a moment in time where that needed to take place for me, but that was presented. That was presented where he was like, "Who wants to fight me?" And a lot of people it just felt like at that time it was ego driven because a lot of people and you were getting them girl snatched. Now I didn't have a girl at that moment, so there was no impulse for me to be like, because he was playing the lollipop thing, just like the Honorable Elijah Muhammad did with some of his members of the Nation of Islam, where he was like, "These women are my lollipops," you know what I'm saying? And if I want them, I get them back. You know what I'm saying? That's how he was playing on the men. I didn't have a relationship at that time. So that whole conversation of men wanting to fight him was off of the simple fact about the woman. You know what I'm saying? That's what was going on. So that was where that specific story that I'm telling y'all right now had derived from, was the men feeling some type of way about him, coming at their woman, you know? So,
And do you think that like if you were to retaliate, let's say that was the case for you and you was to whip his ass, what do you think would happen to you afterwards? Do you think he would get a gun, or do you think like what would he do afterwards if he lost in front of people? Because that's a
yeah,
person like him. Not gonna lie, is an extremely narcissistic person. So I feel like a person like him losing in front of people, which he had, well, not a fight, but he's lost in front of people before. But like
right.
him losing in front of people, what do you think would have happened to you afterwards?
The
Well,
follow
I would definitely have to dip out. You know what I'm saying? Because it's not like if that type of thing. Because this is what happens. If anybody,
it's not
whether
just
it be
Bishop, it's his followers too.
Right.
right,
Exactly.
so that's what it is. So what happens is if that happened, whether someone want an argument with him or whatever like that, what he does, just like when it happened with Brother Plight and Pharaoh when they did the little debates, whatever like that, and both of them crushed him in the little back and forth that they had behind the scenes. What he had to do is he had to now convince the people that were at the tribe, oh, these people, Brother Plight stupid, he don't know what he's talking about or whatever like that. He had to really push back on his intellect to make people fall back into a spell of like, I'm intelligent and they're not. So what he would have to do if he did lose a fight was he would either he would try to fight again, which I highly doubt that he would do that, or he would be like, oh, well, this person ain't shit because he still don't have this that I have, or I have this. You know what I'm saying? He would try to do a way to try to diminish, you know what I'm saying, the character of
Hmm.
the person. Because that's all he would have to rely on. Well, if he did beat me in a fight, I still have a better character than him. I still have more fly than him. I still do this. I still do that. So there were certain manipulation tactics that he would do to the members to try to diminish their character, even without the fighting, losing a fight or anything like that, because he wanted to put the perception of if he was the alpha in the situation and that his character is the best character amongst all the men. That's how he was trying to dominate his reality at that specific point in time. So those are the tactics that he would try to use. And the women, that's why I say when someone asks me how would I manipulate a power struggle, what I'm saying, to be able to put myself in the leader, I wouldn't, because those people are not seeing me the way I see myself. They're seeing Nature Boy the way that he sees himself because he's put that spell upon them. So it wouldn't be
Hmm.
there would really be no way for me to do that. Just like people that like the Red Sox, what I'm saying, they love the Red Sox. People like the Yankees, they like the Yankees. They like the characters, what I'm saying, that play baseball, what I'm saying, or whether you have the Lakers and you have what I'm saying, other teams like the Heat. You have specific people that you favor, in the game of basketball, that you can't put one team over the other because that's your preference. You feel what I'm saying? So for them, that would just be a preference. I have to go out and do my own thing, what I'm saying, build up my own following, my own people, and then, do my own thing like that. That's the only way that could happen with those specific kind of people. Because I'm
Hmm.
telling you, when he lost the intellectual battles and everything like that, people still rooting right on his side, like, yeah, yeah, yeah. You know what I'm saying? Like, so it ain't really, it's it's deep, man. It's deep.
Yeah, they always say you had to get your own people. Honestly, if you did that, that would hurt the fuck out of him. Like, like a loss of control is crazy to a person like that. That's a complete narcissist.
Hmm.
So yeah, like
Absolutely.
that like it's funny because I'm like, oh, yeah, like you know how to hurt him, but you choose not to.
Yeah, man. Like my mind, the thing about it is, in his mind, that's the most important thing. In my mind, I'm looking at the totality of reality and the grand scale of what's really going on in this world. Like that's why I'm building myself up to be, what I'm saying, a great representation of what I know I can be. because there's so much going on. Like certain people with that kind of mindset, they're thinking small. You know what I'm saying? Because it's I, me. That's a small person's mentality. You know what I'm saying? When you're thinking about the collective and you're accounting for other people and you're putting the mind frame of not only how you see things, but how other people see things outside of entertainment, because we know he was good at capturing the minds of entertaining people. But that's not the totality. You feel what I'm saying, of how you want to look at reality when you're accounting for other people, which is why the leadership skills weren't necessarily there with him in certain ways outside of entertainment. You know what I'm saying? So you can lead in entertainment, you can lead in, making people laugh or, captivating people with certain things that you do for shock value. But that doesn't equate to you being a leader. You're just a good preacher. You know what I'm saying? But not a teacher. So there's a difference in that. So there's a certain level of development skills that people have to go through, rites of passage that people have to go through in order to even get to that level. And I personally feel like he just didn't reach that level, although he did disseminate some information along with his entertainment, which is cool. But he still didn't go through certain rites of passage and levels of discipline within himself, which is why you could see how chaotic it was, especially from the outside looking in, how undisciplined this character was with his, self and sexuality and a lot of things that, came out to the forefront. You feel what I'm saying? So, man, he's like, that's nothing to a giant. You know what I'm saying? He on a little level when it comes to the totality of leaders that have actually come and done some things. We're talking about Malcolm X. We're talking about you know what I'm saying, Marcus Garvey. When we're talking about real black people that have come and actually done some things, man, he ain't nothing to that. That's not even a question. So shit.
Yeah, I feel you. I feel you on that. And this day, I think this last of my respectful questions. There's more shit I want to ask, but keep things respectful. So
It's all good, brother. Like I listen, I open all because it's all love, man. I respect, what I'm saying, whatever you gotta ask, man. I don't take nothing personally. I understand the good and the bad of both aspects, especially the things I went through. So I'm just opening up this time for you, man, to get it all out, brother. You know what I'm saying? Like it's all good, man. It's all love, regardless.
yes, sir, yeah. And I respect you as well.
Absolutely,
Um,
absolutely.
so for the question, I mean, how do you feel about him when he did that gay shit? Like when he was he said I could do it. So when he was with the weird fingernail stuff, when he was talking about the tranny stuff, like how did you feel
Yeah.
about that? That you followed the person that wanted to partake in that.
Yeah, that expression right there, I looked at it as his unique. See, the way I looked at life and the way I looked at things is he was all one mind, oneself. Granted, I understand the aspect of what he was displaying when he was saying one mind oneself, as far as just being united in thought and mind, as far as like information goes. But the reality is that everyone had their own unique personalities and expressions of how they were. And I looked at him as just like, okay, that's just how he get down. I don't get down like that. You know what I'm saying? Although there was times where he would try to like push that upon people. Where I remember we had a meeting one time where we were just sitting down. He was like, man, if y'all were locked up or whatever like that, and there was a man that looked like a woman, would y'all, you know what I'm saying? Because he was trying to justify the whole gender, the transgender
Wow.
thing. Yeah, but the reality is that no man in jail is gonna be having a hair and BBLs and bread. That's not, you don't see that in the jails. Were they gonna allow a man to wear a wig to make him look like a woman? That's not happening. So he was trying to relate that to the jail and the experiences in jail and stuff like that, which didn't make any sense. And he was trying to get people, that were part of the tribe to like admit, like, oh yeah, she looks cool. Oh yeah, I'd hit that. Like he was just trying to do that kind of mentality
So he
because
tried to push it on y'all basically.
yeah, he tried to push that on the people because he maybe just wasn't comfortable that he may be, in his perspective like that. Hey, to each is their own. If that's how you get down, that's how you get down. You know what I'm saying? But at the end of the day, that's not everybody. So how I looked at it was just like, all right, that's just him. You know what I'm saying? And he needs to have to feel comfortable. I mean, that's what it is. I'm not getting down with those type of dudes, but hey, that's just how it is. So I looked at it like this. I looked at it in a very more mature way where I'm not blocking out all of the things that people were saying, because I didn't hear about some of this stuff until I got out of carbonation, where I was like, oh shit, this is why he was even saying some of that stuff, because he had done this in his past, because I didn't do my due diligence on that. I'll admit that. So yeah, so my perspective was just like, oh, that's just how the fuck he get down. I'm not like that, and the damn sure that nigga ain't coming towards me. You know what I mean? I punch a nigga in the shit. You
Right.
try to grab my shit. You feel what I'm saying?
That's a
Yeah.
that's a mature way to have handled it. You should have called, man. You should have called that nigga a fag and walked off. Like, man, fuck this shit. This nigga over here trying to get us to have sex with transgender. That shit, I don't know. That shit's just a little much. If that's what he's into, it like I ain't got no issue with nobody being gay. It's when you try to push it on other people is when I have a problem because it's like, okay,
Right.
especially if it's clearly making them uncomfortable. It's like,
Hmm.
okay, doesn't mean that they hate you or they think little of you. This thing just makes them uncomfortable for whatever reason. You don't they don't even need to tell you the reason. If it makes them uncomfortable, just leave them the hell alone. You pushing it so that you could feel more comfortable being around them because this is what you into. That shit seems selfish.
Yeah, and it's like it just comes down to, like we stated, about just the comfortability. A lot of people need the comfort of being around people that like are okay with that, so that they can feel okay with that. You know what I'm saying, within
Yeah,
themselves.
yeah, I agree.
And that just goes down to that self, that looking for that self validation outside of themselves. And that's
Yeah.
just not what that's you don't want to do that. You always want to be able to validate within yourself, because if not, you can be swayed emotionally. As we can see, his character and his emotions were swayed by the public opinion. You know what I'm saying? It's number one thing he was online doing is disputing people, going at haters, da 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 da. You know what I'm saying? Like,
Yeah,
if it ain't nothing we remember by this nigga, is the one thing we know is, hey, he was always going on live talking, trying to dispute other people saying things about him. So it's like that lets you know right then and there that it was internally, it was a problem for him. You know what I'm saying? So, like I said, I don't know this
Yeah.
person's backstory. I cannot speak for him, nor will I even attempt to. But that's just my personal perspective on that, just because I was there and I'm answering your question. I get what you're saying. Yeah.
there's a word you use that I feel like not enough people bring up. The word discipline. Because lately I've been hearing a lot of people say this person lacks emotional intelligence. This person over here isn't showing very high emotional intelligence. Emotional people need to understand emotional intelligence means absolutely nothing. It means shit without emotional discipline. You could have all the intelligence in the world. You could say these people are disrespecting me. I should just go off and start breaking plates and cussing all of them out. Even though I know I'm not supposed to be doing that, I have the intelligence to know I'm not supposed to be doing that. If you lack the discipline, you're gonna do it anyway. So you could have all the intelligence in the world. If you lacking discipline to you know what I'm saying, refrain from doing bullshit and saying bullshit and doing shit that's going to be to the
Hmm.
detriment of you and yours, hey, ain't shit
Yeah,
nobody can do to help you.
man, that's the truth right there. That's the truth. You know. And we can see we can see those things take place. So that's the most important thing right there. I love what you just said right there, that discipline, man. And that's what I
Yeah,
think all people should take from this experience is the
hell
discipline. The discipline. That's really what it has to. Because a lot of people, whether y'all on the outside looking in, you might be on the panel, you might not be, whatever the case might be. I'm just speaking for anyone that hears this. One thing that you should take away from the experience, as far as what you're seeing from this character and any other characters that you come across, is look at the fine details and the things that were done well and that weren't done well, and then just take the meat, leave the bones. You know what I'm saying? And make sure that do your best to follow through with the things that you may, if you disagree with something, guess what, do your best to not display those characteristics in your own life. You know what I'm saying? And better yourself as an individual, because that's going to be the main thing. You know what I'm saying?
I
I
agree.
mean, a lot of times I remember when I was younger, I used to call people out for all kinds of things, but then, or say things like this, but then I get tested. You know what I'm saying? As soon as I get tested, I'm like, damn, I'm over here failing the test. You shouldn't smoke cigarettes. And then all of a sudden I get 18, 19. I'm over here smoking cigarettes. I'm like, damn, I used to curse this person out for smoking cigarettes, saying it's bad when I was younger. But
Right.
then when I got older, I smoke cigarettes myself. So it's like, damn, we gotta make sure we following
Mhm.
through. Follow through.
Yeah.
And that's one thing he did too as well. Like I remember he said like y'all couldn't eat meat and stuff like that. The next thing you know, this nigga, well he said y'all couldn't eat meat. He said y'all couldn't smoke weed. Y'all couldn't drink. I think he said y'all couldn't drink. But then later on, this nigga was a weed smoking, chicken eating ass nigga. Like
Yeah,
out
yeah,
of
that did
nowhere.
happen. Yep. Man. Telling you, that was a crazy moment, man. Yeah, we had that. I remember that, and I was like the last one to even convert over to eat meat, because I was still utilizing information to be able to debunk the situation. I'm like, this don't make no sense, and we just basically just came to the understanding after like a couple of people were like, nah, that don't make no sense. He was like, well, I mean, the women, they need to eat the meat for the pregnancy, which I'm not. Hey, listen, I'm not like, now I look at life differently. I'm not saying, oh, you're a damn devil for eating meat, none of that shit. I'm not. I'm not operating on
Right.
that type of time, but at that time, you know what I'm saying, where he was trying to do the transition, I was like, nah, nigga, that don't make no sense. You know what I'm saying? He's like, y'all find me some information and knowledge to say otherwise. And then when we promoted the information and knowledge, he was like, well, the women are pregnant, you know what I'm saying? And we gotta, you know what I'm saying? He pivoted, man, but it's all
Mhm.
good, man. It's the thing that he did, man. I think that, as time progressed, and especially with the funds, you know what I'm saying, eating a vegan lifestyle or a plant-based lifestyle is not the most cheapest thing or affordable thing to do. That's facts. So a lot of things were shifting, I think, with times as well because of finances. So I think that's another reason why he even went into that mode, because you have to buy more plant-based products in order to feed everyone else. Whereas if you just ate some meat or if you just ate something else, it would fill you up and you could get full for a little bit, you know what I'm saying, of money, rather than spending all that extra money on all this plant-based products and stuff. You feel me?
Yes, sir. Well, that concludes my questions for the moment. I know I got some more, but conclude my question right now. Thank you for being respectful and and honestly answering them to the best of your abilities. Definitely appreciate that. I don't know if anybody else has any other questions, but thank you for joining the panel. I definitely appreciate that.
Hey, respect to you both, man. I appreciate you and the other brother, Salt, Sinister, Salt Sinister. Appreciate y'all, man. Yeah, y'all asked some really good questions. Like I said, this is definitely something that, as men, we definitely need to have these conversations, especially in the communities of the next generations that are being brought forth. It is important that we have these kind of conversations so we know what beings we're raising and bringing into this reality. You know what I'm saying? So I definitely appreciate the dialogue for sure.
Hmm. Yeah, actually, I got one last question. 'Cause I think like, how old are you?
Oh yeah, I'm 29, 29 right now. Yep.
So yeah, you're a little bit older than me. That's crazy. Cause I was going,
Mhm.
cause I was watching y'all during carbonation. I was like, a lot of y'all are my age. Like, cause I turned 29 in a couple weeks, but yeah, it's very interesting to me how like people of a certain age would get into that. But yeah, thank
Absolutely.
you. Answer all them questions. Like, yeah, definitely.
Nah, I appreciate that, brother. Absolutely, absolutely.
Yep. Is any last words or anything else, Larker?
Yeah, I'm looking for Lurk. She might be asleep. Who knows, man? She might
Yeah,
have
you
slipped,
might be asleep. Yeah.
falling on the panel, man. Nah,
But
it's
yeah, I can
beautiful,
hold
man.
y'all up. But yeah,
Absolutely.
thank you,
Nope.
sir. And yeah, if she goes back live, you want to ask some more questions, I think I got some more, but can't think of them right now. So I'm gonna go ahead and jump off the panel. But thank you.
Absolutely, my brother. I appreciate you, man. Absolute. Much respect.
Yes,
Much
sir.
respect. All right, all
Peace
right.
out.
Peace, peace. Lurk, you there? All right, y'all. I don't know if Lurk fell asleep or nothing. But if she did, that's what it is. I appreciate everybody that came through that had some questions or something of that nature. And looking forward to more conversations that we'll have, more bills that we'll have off of this topic. Of course, there's a million different things to talk about in the world that are more that are precedent that we can, what I'm saying, be able to dialogue about um, as I'm growing and developing myself and my knowledge and stuff of that nature. Definitely will be. Uh, Putting some more information out there on my specific pages and such. So I appreciate everybody that's still in the live. Lurk, if you can hear me, appreciate you. I'm about to drop down, so I'll just shoot you a text when I drop down too. That way, if you're asleep, you can get the text, wake your ass back up. No, I'm just playing. But I appreciate y'all. Wuach shook hatep, wuach shook wadu, y'all. Peace.